Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts. Since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds international Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts. Since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds international class. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts. Since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris or English education program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international leading department with international reputation. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics, translation, education program has been nationally
Pelan kali. Susulan dah. Aku yang untuk kata. Iya, saudara.
Good morning, Prof. Isi.
Good morning, Bu Yusnita.
Yeah, thank you for coming to the virtual session today, Prof. Isi. And also, good morning, Bu Yvonne from Universitas Negeri Malang. And then I also can notice that Pak Christian Pugu is with us already now. Good morning, Pak Christian, Pak Aan. And also good morning, Butina, who is going to be the presenter today. And also good morning to Pak Widianto, our head of English department of UNES.
Good morning, Bu Yus, Prof. Isi, Pak An, Bu Yvonne, and Bu Tina. Yeah. Welcome to UNES.
Okay. I think we will wait for another minute to have the opening ceremony since all the parties, today we are about to have around 350 participants, but it seems that many of the participants haven't joined this virtual room. So we will be waiting for another minute, waiting for other participants to join this virtual room. Thank you.
Good morning, please. Can you hear my voice, please?
Yes, Pak Arif.
Just make sure.
Morning, Bu Yvonne, Pak Widi. Hi. Pak Christian
Good
Pugu.
morning.
Hi. And Bu Tina, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here,
Oh,
Ibu.
hi. Good
Nice to meet you.
morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Bu Pasca.
Okay, may I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? We will start the opening ceremony shortly. So would you mind switching the camera on for those who haven't switched on the camera? Thank you.
Yes, ada.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Head of English Department, Bapak Widianto PhD, and good morning, the Honorable Chairpersons of Coordinator of Teflin Central Java, Professor Isi Juliasri, all the distinguished speakers for today's agenda, Dr. Francisca Maria Yvonne from Universitas Negeri Malang. Welcome, Dr. Yvonne. And then good morning also to Bapak Christian Pugu from Pearson Indonesia. Welcome, Pak Pugu, and welcome, good morning, Ibu Tina Priantin from FKIP Universitas Pakuan. Last but not least, good morning and welcome all participants of Workshop for English Teachers 2022 today. Welcome to the annual agenda held by the English Department of Semarang in collaboration with Teflin Central Java. I am Yusnita Silvianingrum, is honored to be the Master of Ceremony for this special virtual occasion. Before we formally get to the proceedings of this morning agenda, we would like to express our gratitude to all the speakers who are able to join this morning session and will share their valuable knowledge with us. This year's theme is Better English Skills for Better Teaching. This agenda is the commitment of English Department of Universitas Negeri Semarang to the improvement and betterment of English education in Indonesia, and especially for the improvement of the English teachers' skills. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get down to the first agenda, singing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya, and March of Universitas Negeri Semarang. All raise, please. Thank you. All may be seated. The next agenda is welcoming speeches. The first welcoming speeches will be delivered by the chairpersons of the workshop for English teachers 2022 for Ibu Pasca Kalisa. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Ibu Yusnita, for the opportunity. So the Honorable Head of the English Department, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Bapak Widianto, PhD, and the Honorable Central Java Coordinator for TEFLIN, Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri, and distinguished speakers and all teachers in Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So very warm greetings to all the participants and the audience here for this workshop. Good morning. I'm more than grateful to stand here and welcome you all to this workshop for teachers, better English skills for better teaching. And firstly, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank the English department, especially Faculty of Languages and Arts, UNES, and Central Java TEFLIN for organizing the workshop for teachers with the theme Better English Skills for Better Teaching for the benefit of the teachers and educators in not only in Central Java, but also all over Indonesia. With your continuous efforts and will to do something for society and move up towards a successful and fulfilling work, we all had the opportunity to be present here together. And this informative workshop will not only guide us all, but also educate us regarding a variety of this pertaining to better English skills for better teaching. We all are surely grateful for this prospect. I also would like to thank our amazing speakers, Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne from Universitas Negeri Malang. Hello, Bu Yvonne. Bapak Christian Pugu Sulistyo from Pearson, Indonesia. Welcome, Pak Pugu.
Good morning.
Morning. So, and the last one is Ibu Tina Priantin from Universitas Pakuan and also the Pearson trainer. Welcome, Ibu Tina.
Thank you, Ibu. Morning.
Thank you for your willingness in coming to our workshop today. On behalf of the organizing committee, once again, I'd like to welcome you all and inform you that the workshop will completely enlighten you pertaining to the better English skills for better teaching. All the vital aspects regarding the topic will be conveyed to you all. This workshop, for your information, attracts more than 300 participants. So joining not only through Zoom but also on YouTube. So and this workshop is attended by teachers not only from Central Java but also from Borneo and then from Papua. Hello. And I think from other regions from all over Indonesia. Thank you so much and enjoy the workshop. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Pasca Kalisa, for the very warm greeting to all the participants and as well as the presenters. And next, welcoming speech will be given by Ibu Professor Isi Yuliasri, the coordinator of TEFLIN Jawa Tengah. For Professor Isi, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yusnita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Head of the English Department of UNES, Bapak Widianto, workshop facilitators, Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne, Bapak Christian Pugu, and Ibu Tina Priantin, English teachers from all over Central Java and beyond, and ladies and gentlemen. Today, as the coordinator of Central Java TEFLIN, I'm really happy to welcome you to this very important event, a workshop for teachers, better English skills for better teaching. This workshop is organized collaboratively between the English Department of UNES and Central Java TEFLIN, and we TEFLIN are open for collaboration with other institutions It could be from universities, from MGMP, teachers, English teachers community, and from schools, and we are open for subsidized or free workshop for teachers. Well, I'm very pleased that this workshop is facilitated by 3 qualified experts in the field, in the field of English teaching. We have Ibu Yvonne here, who is going to address the listening skill, and we also have Pak Puguh and Ibu Tina, who are going to address the receptive as well as productive skills and how we teachers reflect on these skills of English. And so I believe that this workshop will be very enlightening for the teachers for your professional development. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all my welcoming speech to all the participants, to all the teachers. I wish you a very enlightening workshop, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Isi, for another warm welcome to the presenters as well as the participant, and thank you for the continuous support provided to this annual agenda held by English of Department in collaborations with TEFLIN Central Java. The next welcoming speech, ladies and gentlemen, will be delivered by the head of English Department of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Bapak Widianto PhD, as well as open this workshop for English teachers in 2022. For Bapak Widianto, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Yusnita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The committee place is so noisy, I think, a bit noisy. Yeah, first of all, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne from Universitas Negeri Malang, and then Pak Christian Puguh. We usually call Mas Aan, ya, Pak Aan, ya, because we work together with Pak Aan in some project with UNES and Pearson Education, and then Ibu Tina Priyatin from Universitas Pakuan, ya. Okay. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all to the this very enlightening seminar workshop for teachers. Yeah, and also I'd like to extend my gratitude to Ibu Professor Isi Yuliasi as our partner. Yeah, we are college actually, but in this organization we are partnered because English Department and TEFLIN Jawa Tengah has collaboratively held this event since 2000 something. So I think it's maybe 5 or 6 times. Yeah, this is our dedication for teachers, especially in Central Java and beyond, for having a better teaching and learning process in their class. So we, as the trainer for teachers in English Department of UNES, try to give something new or something that might be need to be studied for further education, especially in high schools, junior and high school in Central Java and beyond. And as usual, it is free of charge. Yeah, with the spirit of what's it? We call it PIMN, or maybe Unitas what call it? Yeah, but still, yeah, this workshop we try to be free for teachers. Yeah, because since the beginning, as Professor Isi told me, it is our dedication from our for the English Department and also TEFLIN Jawa Tengah to to help teachers in enlightening, in teaching and educating young generation, especially in Central Java and beyond. Thank you very much to Teflin Jawa Tengah and also for all the speakers, Bu Yvonne, Bu Paan, and Bu Tina. And I hope that teachers especially and all of us will get the benefit from this workshop. As Bu Dekan I cannot be with us today because the dean and also the vice deans are in somewhere else for having a very important occasion. So representing Bu Dekan, I will be officially open this workshop by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially declare that this workshop open. Hope that we all get the benefit and get some enlightening from this workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'll be back giving back to Bu Yusnita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Widianto, for officially open this workshop for English teachers with the theme of better English skills for better teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, before we go on to the main agenda of today's workshop, that is the presenters who are going to present their material today, allow me to read the House of Rules to remind all of us about the rules that to make this workshop going smoothly until the end of the session. So, next slide, please. Okay, this is the House of Rule. So the first one is, okay, the organizing committee will record the whole workshop sessions. By attending this workshop, you acknowledge that your image and comments may be recorded and rebroadcasted. The second one is that during the opening session, all participants mute the microphone. Only if the speaker allow you, you may unmute your microphone. The next one, questions can be delivered directly in the question and answer session or click raise hand below the participant box on your Zoom, or please type your question in the chat box on Zoom by mentioning your name or organization. Mentioning your name / organization / city and / questions. Moderator will summarize and deliver the questions to the speaker. Next one, please. The chat box is used only for asking questions. Commenting present or I'm listening, etc. is not allowed so as to get question sorted easily. And then the link for attendance list will be announced at the end of the session. So please wait for that link to be shared by the committee. Thank you very much for listening to and giving attention to the House of Rules. Now we come to the first sessions of today's agenda. That is the presentation by Dr. Maria Yvonne with the title is, okay, wait a minute. The title of Bu Yvonne's presentation today is Developing Second Language Listening Skill. I would like to invite Bapak Arif Suryo Priyatmojo to be the moderator for the first session. Bu Francisca Yvonne and Pak Arif Suryo Priyatmojo, I give the screen to you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, now welcome Ibu Francisca Maria Yvonne.
Okay, thank you, Bu Yusnita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the workshop. This is the workshop for teachers with the topic Better English Skills for Better Teaching. My name is Arif Suryo Priyatmojo, and I'm going to be the moderator today. It's been 4 years since we live in the pandemic situations, and I believe that every country is struggling to cope with it. And my university, as one of big university in Indonesia, wants to give positive contributions for that through this workshop. And for that, we have a speaker who is already with us. We have Dr. Yvonne. And I'd like to greet Dr. Yvonne. Hello, Dr. Yvonne. Good morning. Welcome to the workshop.
Good morning, Pak Ari. Good morning, everyone.
We will have 1 hour for Dr. Yvonne to have the presentations talking about developing second language listening, and 30 minutes for questions and answer. For your information, our audiences are teachers, lecturers, students, and researchers. So we have quite various backgrounds. And all the audience can ask questions, as mentioned before by Bu Yus. If you have questions, you can ask the questions by raising your hand, and you can type the questions in the chat box, and I'm going to read for you. And now I'm going to invite Dr. Yvonne, but let me read her profile first. Dr. Yvonne is from Department of English, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang. She pursued her PhD in linguistics from the University of Queensland. Her research areas are English language teaching, call, extensive reading and listening, autonomous learning, self-directed learning, and cooperative learning. She has more than 20 articles published in reputable journals. She has been invited as the invited speaker in many workshops, seminars, and international conferences. Dr. Yvonne, you have 60 minutes to have the presentations, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Ari. Good morning, everyone. So I would like to thank UNES for inviting me, and also Teflin. So today I'm going to focus my presentation on developing a second language listening. So I will share my screen now. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes,
The
Ibu.
presentation? Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, Ibu.
All right. So once again, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this workshop. Today, I'm going to talk about developing second language listening. So I'm from Universitas Negeri Malang. I will start my presentation today with a short clip. This is from YouTube.
We're back with BTS, and first of all, let's have introductions. Introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is RM. I'm the leader of this crew and kind of like a spokesperson. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Bye-bye. Woo! Hi. I'm your host. You're my host. I'm Jay Hope. Hi. Ah.
Hello. Hi, my name is Shin, and worldwide handsome. Nice to meet you, guy. I'm Jimmy.
So we have an interpreter just in case I need one, but you actually, RM, you speak English, right?
Yes.
So pretty well. You taught yourself English?
Yes, I taught myself English.
How did you teach yourself English?
Actually, my English teacher was the sitcom Friends.
Oh, you
Yes,
watched
legend.
Friends?
Yes.
So was it mainly just phrases then, or you just learned everything?
I think, you know, back in the days, like when I was like 15, like 14,
Yeah.
it was quite like a syndrome for all the Korean parents to make their kids watch the Friends.
Really?
So yeah, I thought I was kind of like a victim at that time, but but right now I'm the lucky one.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like thanks to my mother, she bought all the seasons for DVDs. It got 10 DVDs, right?
Right.
She bought me, and so firstly I watched with the Korean subtitle. And then next time I watched with the English subtitle, and then I just removed it.
That's very impressive, and Friends would be very happy that you learned.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to stop right there. So we just heard from BTS that one of the singers there he actually learned English by watching video series, Friends. And I'm sure that people of my era would probably be familiar with this series. So today, I'm going to ask you a simple question just to warm up. Yeah, so if you have your cell phone with you, you can use the barcode there, QR code, and then scan it and then go to a page that will ask you a question. Okay, you can also go to www.menti.com and use the code. So our code today is 672028 and 04. So I'm going to wait for people to join the Mentimeter. Sorry, the Menti. So how did you learn English? Oops, okay. Okay, can you go to the page now? Arif, so I'm going to communicate with Pak Arif. So are you able to
Yes.
go to Menti?
Yeah, actually, I'm in Menti.
Okay. So the question is, how did you learn spoken English? So please share your personal experience here. Do you have similar experience with RM from BTS, or perhaps you have other ways of learning spoken English?
Quite similar because RM
Similar,
is my
okay.
brother.
Okay. All right, so Arif, if I click this, do you see my web browser, or are we still in?
No, it tells, please
presentation?
wait for the presenter to show the next slide.
Oh,
That is-
okay, hold on a
this is
second.
on my screen.
So, oh, that's. Yeah, some people listen to songs, some of them watch movies, talk to other people, and also watching movies. Okay, it seems that songs and movies are quite popular. Backstreet Boys and John Bon Jovi. So, okay, from YouTube, yeah, and Facebook page, and also WhatsApp group. By reading and practicing to speak, okay. From siblings, from your teacher. From role playing, watching or listening to podcasts, by playing games. It's quite interesting, and by drilling as well. You also learn English, spoken English from social media using Instagram and Facebook. So,
Direktur Jenderal Pendidikan.
okay. All right, so we have about 183 here in the Zoom room, we have 41 answers in Menti. Okay, watching films and pronouncing sentence structure using the movie, probably. Okay, Elsa speak. Okay, by imitating. Okay, so we have some key words here. Yeah, we have the input that we watch or listen to or read, and then we have other activities to do. Yeah, so I'm going to look into all of these things a little bit more during our workshop. Okay, more answers. So quite similar. Yeah, let me go back to my presentation now. Now, do you see my presentation slide, Arif?
Yes, it still shows the Menti.
Okay, right. So I think I need to. Okay, I'm going to share my desktop so that I don't have to go back and forth. Okay, thank you for sharing your experience. Now we're going to take a look at the theory behind second language listening, yeah, and what successful language learners actually do when they learn second language or foreign language. So first of all, we all know that we cannot rely on formal instruction, and as teachers, I'm sure that we know this for sure. So the time that we spend at school learning this language, English, it's not going to be enough to develop our proficiency. The second one, usually successful learners are those with purposes. So they do something with certain goals and purposes and certain focus. They learn from their experience, so they know which kind of listening, for example, that works for them. So a lot of you mentioned that you learn from movies, probably because you think that learning from movies is actually quite efficient for you. So you watch movies and then more movies and more movies, and you see your progress. So you learn from your experience. And successful language learners also adapt to changes. And this is very important because, as Pak Arif and also Pak Widi said earlier, that we've gone through a lot in the past 2 years, a lot of changes. And now we are facing an era in which technology is part of the game. So we cannot just ignore the existence of technology. And we need to react to problems quite quickly, because as we know, in the past 2 years, we've been reacting to this huge problem, right? And the next one is successful language learners are usually curious people. So they want to learn and know a lot more than what they have already had. And successful language learners also those who are motivated, persevere, and making learning a habit. So as teachers, when I accepted this invitation from Bu Pasca, she told me that I'm going to talk to teachers, and I'm really interested in talking to teachers because from my experience, teachers are successful language learners, and they are curious to learn and then motivated to learn and develop their own proficiency so that they can be better teachers. And the last one is usually we use technology to assist us in learning. So especially in developing second language listening, without technology, it's actually pretty difficult for us because we do not have many sources to input around us. So we have to access them from somewhere, and technology has given us the opportunity to do these things. So how is second language listening learned? So this is usually what we do. So we go to school or learn it in formal setting or in informal setting, and we rely, we rely a lot on quantity of input. We do this quite often. So for a period of time, we cannot develop this in short period. And we need to do some activities actually, not just listening, but other activities that can focus our attention on the language, on ourselves, and how to develop our skills. And then we also use a lot of materials, different types of materials. And in this workshop, we are going to play around with some of them. We are going to do some activities. So we learn listening usually intensively or extensively. Yeah, so what is intensive listening? Can you share your answers in the chat box, please? Can you share your answers in the chat box? So what's intensive listening? This is what we usually do with our students in class, in listening class, or while we are doing teaching and learning at school. So intensive. Okay, so I'm going to check for answers. Okay, intensive, on and on, having listening practice every single time. Okay, so just practicing to listen is intensive listening. When you focus on listening, you're not doing something else, and that's intensive listening. Okay, more answers? Extensive, no, we are talking about intensive listening. Okay, extensive listening can be done outside the classroom. Listening to get information. Okay, now let's focus on intensive listening.
Yeah.
Pak Ari? Usually I like to talk to someone when doing webinars like this, because it's actually easy to get answers from the moderator. Pak Ari, are you still there? Okay, by getting something from the audio, comprehending content, listening to enrich knowledge, focus on listening exercises, and mostly on form. Thank you, Pak Asep. Yeah, this is the kind of answer that I'm looking for. Focus on certain details, detail, comprehension, analyzing information from what we've listened to. Yeah. So usually when we listen intensively, we do activities like filling in the blanks or answering comprehension questions after we listen to a recording, something like that. Yeah. Okay. Extensive listening is listening for pleasure. So intensive listening is listening for torture. What do you think? So which one do you usually do with your students in class? Intensive listening or extensive listening?
Intensive.
Yes. Ari or?
Yeah, mostly about intensive.
Mostly intensive.
Yeah.
Mostly intensive.
Teaching listening for
why do we
specific purpose.
Jadwal sampai 9.30
9:30 ya. Sorry.
Iya.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a bit distracted because of the background noise. Sorry. Yeah, so usually in class we do one recording with our students.
Okay, I will try to mute.
Yeah. Can someone help us muting the microphone?
Okay, for
Yeah,
the
okay.
audience,
So
please turn off the audio.
thank you. Now let's go back to intensive listening. This is what we usually do with our students in class, right? So we bring recording to class. The students listen to the same recording at the same speed, at the same time, about the same topic, and then you give them comprehension questions, or you give them activities that will check their comprehension. Is that correct? Are you familiar with this kind of activity? Yes? Okay, good. So that is intensive listening. So you're trying to dissect, the text or the input, and then you ask questions. Some of them are about the main idea or detailed information or things like that. But sometimes you ask them to do other things as well. Yeah, but the students will have to focus on one single input. And everybody is treated the same. And what happens if your students say that, look, ma'am or sir, I couldn't get the information from the recording? What do you usually do? Can you write your answers on the chat box? What do you usually do? You play the recording once again, right? Okay, make them listen again and again and again. Replay the recording again and again. And sometimes you also help them with the answers, right? So this kind of listening is actually quite demanding. Yeah, because you give them some clues as well. So this kind of listening is very demanding because you have learners of different levels, but do you treat them as if they are of the same level? Some students are struggling to listen. Some students are okay. Some others find the recording very easy to listen to. All right. So what about extensive listening? This is a different take on second language listening. Yeah, with extensive listening, so when we listen to things which are within our level or below our level. Yeah, and this extensive listening is very personal. Everyone will pick different types of input to listen to. Yeah, or you can say extensive listening is listening for pleasure. Yeah, and intensive listening is not listening for pleasure, because you have to be very, very serious when you listen intensively. So this is like giving your students tests of comprehension, but extensive listening is not that. Extensive listening is for your students to enjoy what they listen to. Okay, so with technology today, we are going to try to do all of these things: intensive listening and extensive listening. Not too much on the intensive, but we will focus more on the extensive. Okay, intensive listening, extensive listening. So they have different aims. Okay, for intensive listening, it's for proficiency development. So you are pushed, to focus more, not on the meaning, but on the language most of the time. But for extensive listening, the aims are for pleasure, for you to develop your basics. So both of them have different focus. The activities that you do are probably quite similar, but the types of materials that you access during the activities are going to be very different. Yeah, so this will work for you as teachers as well as students. Now we are going to take a look at some of the aims of listening in the second language. Yeah, so most of the time we look for the first one. We just want to improve our knowledge and proficiency, right? This is like the ultimate goal for everyone. And because we do not have much access to target language input. So this is also to give us exposure to the target language. And quite recently, people pay attention to the third one, to enjoy learning second language. So enjoyable experience. And some people listen just for general comprehension. Some of us focus on developing our fluency and automaticity. And for us teachers, the last one is actually very important. So usually as teachers, we will not be brave enough to listen to a recording for the first time together with our students. Am I true? Do you agree with me? So when you are given the same recording with your students and you have never heard of it, and you listen to that together with your students, you're probably quite scared because you may miss a lot of things from the recording. That's if your approach is intensive listening. But if your approach is extensive listening, you won't be afraid of this because you will be picking something of your level and of your students' level. So the aims of listening should also be to improve our confidence and motivation. So confidence in using the target language, and also motivation in developing more of our ability in the target language. Okay, so all of these should be our aims. But when we're talking about spoken English, we talk about developing fluency. Yeah, fluency in listening, fluency in reading. So we focus more, we focus on the accuracy. So we accurately and easily listen to the oral text at an efficient rate. Yeah, so we do not want to play the recording again and again and again. So this, for example, if you talk to someone, a foreigner, and you don't catch what the person is saying, and you ask them to repeat again and again and again, the person will probably be quite annoyed. Yeah. So you will need to develop an efficient rate of listening, which is accurate, and so that you can listen comfortably and with ease. Yeah, so accuracy, speed, comprehension, those are what we are looking for to develop when we practice listening in the target language. Now I'm going to play a video now, and I want you to answer the question of this person.
For the last part of your driving test, you see an old man and a young kid. What do you hit?
Oops. Okay, I'm going to stop there. So did you hear the question? Yeah, I'm going to play it once again.
For the last part of your driving test, you see an old man and a young kid. What do you hit?
Yes, anyone want to share their answers in the chat box, please? The brakes? Yeah, okay, the brakes. Very good. Anyone else want to give their answers? Okay, good, Bu Upik, this is quite challenging. Yeah, anyone else want to give it a try? So you can write your, okay, the breaks, yeah. Don't worry. Someone is planning to hit the old man or the child. So there are three things. Need more time to think, okay. Right. So I'm going to play again, yeah.
For the last part of your driving test, you see an old man and a young kid. What do you hit?
The old man? Well, I mean, the kid has his whole life ahead of him. So I would hit the old man, right?
The brakes. You'd hit the brakes.
Okay. So this may sound funny, but it may happen in real life. Yeah. So if you did not catch the what, you will probably think about the old man or the kid. Those who caught what did you hit or what will you hit will probably say the brakes. Okay, if you do not know the meaning of brakes, then you will probably focus on the old man or the kid. So this is quite dangerous. For this TikTok video, it sounds a little bit funny. Okay, let's try this one. So now I give you, in the first example, I only give you the recording, right? So you can only listen to it. Now I'm going to read it, and then you can read the comic strips. So Nelson, have you seen Grandpa? Yeah, he's laying on the floor. He said it's good for his back. No, he's not laying on the floor. He's lying. No, honest, he's not lying. I saw him laying on the floor. You see, then Grandpa isn't laying on the floor. He's lying on the floor. To lie means to rest or recline. To lay means to put or place something, like when hen lays eggs. Understand? I guess so. Would someone please help me up? I'm suddenly craving for eggs. Okay. So if you're given this, input, so someone is reading for you and you can read it yourself, is it easier to understand? Yes or no? And once again, English is very tricky, right? We know that lying is actually telling lies, right? If you only know one meaning of lie or to lie, you may not get this particular story. And your students probably missed this as well, like Nelson. Yeah, Nelson doesn't know that lying is actually to rest or to recline. Okay. Yeah, so in learning language, we need to develop this. And for our knowledge of vocabulary, for spoken version of English, nation, I'm sure that all of us know nation. So nation in 2006 estimates that in order to perform the language effectively without losing any comprehension tools, we need to have about 6,000 to 7,000 word family vocabulary for spoken text. Yeah, without any comprehension breakdown, we need at least 6,000 to 7,000. So we did a research at our university and checked high school graduates. And you can see high school graduates level of vocabulary by the time they graduated from high school is this. So only this many students actually at the level of 5,000, let alone 6,000 or 7,000. Yeah, those are students who have learned English for about 6 years in junior and senior high school. So once more, if you only hear this, I think the Cadillac is here. Huh? What Cadillac? Is it my birthday? Who said anything about a Cadillac? You did. You said, I think the Cadillac is here. No, I said, I think the Cadillac is here. Oh, you shouldn't get my hopes up like that. Okay, again. Spoken English is very tricky because the words are combined. Yeah, so the boundaries between words are not that clear, and therefore it's challenging for us, even teachers. Yeah. So instead of hearing the cat likes it here, The old man heard the Cadillac this year. Now, again, you need sufficient vocabulary, and you also need to reach a specific comfortable level. For low intermediate, usually these are the level for normal people to be able to comprehend. And this, the low threshold means it's too slow so that you will have comprehension breakdown. The same, this is too fast. So for low intermediate, you will later need to find recordings within this speed. For intermediate to advanced, you can listen to something quite fast. And for native speakers, they actually listen to things which are faster. So these all depend on the purpose of listening, speech type, topic, and the listener. So if you listen to news and if you listen to a webinar like this, the speed will be pretty different. Okay, once again, so I'm going to go back to this. So accuracy is very important. Developing your efficient rate or speed of listening is important, and developing comprehension is also very, very important. All right, so in addition to the three things, so accuracy, speed, and comprehension, I would like to draw your attention to Nation. Nation's work. These are the 4 strengths of Nation. So in language, you need to focus on input. So meaning focus on input, not the language. So meaning focus, and then meaning focus of output. So you need to use the language that you have learned by producing output. You also need to focus on language learning as well as develop your fluency. Okay, so 4 strengths. Usually when you focus on intensive listening, you only focus on this. The main focus is input and language focused learning, only these 2. But when you combine intensive listening with extensive listening, you will get all of these things. Sometimes in intensive listening, you also have meaning focused output. Okay, so combine all of these things, then hopefully you'll be a more successful language learner. So today we are going to focus on our activities on this extensive and intensive listening. So you can do warm-up activities if you want. You can also do follow-up activities if you want, but it's a must. Yeah, but since we need to focus not only on getting input, this type of activities can help you produce the target language output. Therefore, they are recommended to be conducted as well. Now, we're going to try to only listen. Yeah, so the first listening activity that we're going to do is listening only. This is quite a demanding activity for beginners and low intermediate learners. And I don't know why, but most of us are actually bringing this to class. Yeah, listening only. So we bring recordings and then play and do these demanding activities most of the time when we talk about developing listening skills.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so self-directed listening for pleasure. We're going to focus on that. And the materials that we can use for this are radio programs or audio podcasts or recordings. Now I'm going to take you to Radio UK. So please use your cell phone and scan that QR code, or if you do not have access to cell phone and if you're using your laptop, you can also access this from this link. So https radiouk.co.uk. So let's see whether you can listen comfortably to this. So go to the radio station and pick BBC World Service wheels. Oh, this one is going to be quite challenging. So wheel surface will probably be more user-friendly.
Icelandic females, some as young as 12, were fitted with the coil, an intrauterine device. Decades later, physically and emotionally traumatized women are speaking out. Some say they weren't told what the procedure was for. Others later found...
Okay. So I will give you 2 minutes to listen to something from the radiouk.co.uk. And then I'm going to ask you a question. Two minutes. Okay, what do you think? Thank you, Bu Saidatu, for sharing the link. So everyone, would you please go to the Radio UK BBC World Service, or you can pick other radio station if you want. Give it a try. Okay, what do you think? Is it easy? Arif, have you given it a try?
I just what is that? Choose one of the channel, yeah, I call it. Yeah, but it's just about songs, yeah, here.
It's quite hard. Or is it easy? The BBC UK is quite easy.
Yeah.
It's quite challenging. For Putri, Bu Upi, and Pak Muhammad Harsan, they say that it's not easy, quite challenging. So why is it challenging? Oh, someone like is Bu Indriana. She likes it and just download it on her mobile phone. Okay. Not easy. Yeah. So listening on its own is actually very demanding. Yeah, but Harsan loves British English, so he could grasp some of it. Very good, Pak Harsan. Yeah, for Bu Nadia, it's not easy. Yeah, especially for your students. Yes, definitely. For us teachers, this is quite challenging. Yeah, we only have one single access of input. That's why it is very challenging, especially when you listen to news or things like that. Yeah, this is authentic, but not easy. The World Service is quite easy, yeah, according to Bu Yusnita. What about for you, Bu Agustina? So I'm actually reading the chat box right now. So for you, is it challenging? Will you enjoy this kind of listening? Okay, you need to listen to it more than once, but you like it. Okay, yes. Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for interacting with me. So all of us agree that, well, most of us, not all of us probably, agree that this is quite challenging. Yeah, so the accent for the news is probably not as bad as if you access the Wales radio, yeah, or the radio stations that local people in Britain there listen to. Yeah, because this is for international people, so it's easier for us to understand. Now we're going to take you to the second website. So if you have your cell phone with you, you can just scan the QR code there, or you can go to www.radio.net, and this is VOA. You're going to listen to something quite different from the first one that you listened to earlier. Okay, so have you scanned the QR code?
Just go to the website.
Okay. Okay, so let's explore these VOA. Yeah. Thank you, please, Nita. So the link is in the chat box. So I'm going to jump to the web now. All right, so let's try to listen to this one.
This is VOA News. Via remote, I'm Marissa Melton. Tensions are soaring even higher between Russia and the West over Moscow's war in Ukraine. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani has more.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has formalized the illegal annexation of more Ukrainian territory and vowed to protect it forever. Vladimir Zelensky followed with an accelerated Ukrainian push to join NATO, what Putin has long called a red line, and a move the U.S. and other allies do not endorse. As Moscow and Kyiv continued their fight, the U.S. ripped Putin's land grab.
The sham routine that he put on this morning.
Okay, so I will let you listen to the recording on your own, or to the news on your own. Yeah, it's about war again. Because this is the most current news. Yeah, we go to the radio, you find news all the time, weather forecasts, sometimes radio drama. So compared to the first one, the British radio station, still about Ukrainian, Russia, yes, Putri. Compared to the first one, which one is easier to listen to? It's easier. Yes, VOA is a lot easier. Why do you think it is easier? Because of the American accent, probably. So Pak Hanafi and Pak Taufikur Rohman shared that the American English. Yeah, we are used to listening to American English more than British English, and that's why it's more familiar to us. It's easier for us to catch, yeah, when we listen to American English. And for some people, it's clearer. Right. So accent familiarity is also an issue. Okay, I'm going to take you to where I am right now. So radioaustralia.org. Yes. Thanks to Hollywood movies, yeah, we are more familiar with American accent. Let's go to Australia and see whether it's easier or more difficult for you to catch. Yeah, so Pak Harsan grew up listening to American band, so it's a lot easier for him. These days we listen to Korean boy band. So probably our students are more familiar to Korean English. Okay, let's go to Australia now. News.
Market-ready car, but when the market will be ready for them to take off in a mass uptake, I'm not sure that's going to happen. In fact, I think with the rapid development in batteries, that's...
Please spend 1 or 2 minutes listening to Australian English.
The way to do that is to annex these territories and immediately start discussing how they're going to defend.
Yes, the news is all about Putin. Yeah, more similar to British accent, yes.
terasa masuk gurune mapel apa-apa.
Okay.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, British accent, but it's slower. Okay. Try the Radio Sydney or Melbourne or Adelaide or Brisbane. They speak really fast here in Australia. Okay, so which one is the easiest and which one is the most difficult one? VOA is the easiest. Yeah. British is the most difficult one. So Australia is in the middle. Yeah, so it seems that everyone, or most of you, think that VOA is the easiest and the British radio stations are the more complicated one. All right. So that's listening only. Yeah. Listening only is demanding again, because you only have that one channel of input. You do not have any other input to help you comprehend the oral text. And therefore, you rely a lot on the accent, which are familiar to you or not, and probably the speed, the length, and the content. Now, we also have a different option, right? First, listening only, but you also have the choice of reading while listening. This type of listening is actually making more oral input more comprehensible, because you have dual channel. So you have the oral input channel and then the written one that you can read. So it's easier for us.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It enhances concentration on listening to the text.
Yeah, we still have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. And it allows us to focus on vocabulary, pronunciation, stress, and intonation a lot more than if we just listen. It facilitates connection between spoken and written words and also expressions. So you know how it is written and how it sounds. However, it may encourage overdependence on written text. So if you're doing something like this, you will probably want to do listening only at the end. So listen and read, and then after that, listen only. So let's go to this more interesting text. So you can, again, use the QR code. And we are going to spend about 1 or 2 minutes so that you have the experience of also accessing this from my cell phone, just making sure that it works. So this QR code and this link will take you to a drama series from BBC Learning English. You can listen to the recording and also read the text while listening to the recording. Let's give it a try and see whether you enjoy it more. I can actually play it from here as well. So it looks like this. So you can download the PDF so that you can read it, and you can download the audio, or you can listen to this live.
The Importance of Being Earnest, Episode 1. Algernon Moncrieff, A wealthy young man from the upper classes of society is passing his time playing the piano in his luxurious flat in central London. He's waiting for his aunt and cousin to come to tea. Algernon is a well-dressed and pleasant-looking man. His servant, Lane, is busy preparing the table.
Did you hear what I was playing, Lane?
I thought it would be rude to listen, sir.
Oh, that's a pity. Now, have you made the cucumber sandwiches yet for Lady Bracknell? They said they would be here at 5.
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Oh, good. By the way, Lane, I noticed 8 bottles of champagne were drunk on Thursday night while I was having dinner with Mr. Worthing.
That's correct, sir.
Why do bachelors' servants always drink their champagne?
It's probably because a bachelor's wine is better than the wine you'd find in married families.
Good heavens! Is marriage as bad as that?
People tell me that it is very pleasant, sir. I don't have much experience. I've only been married once.
Aha! That'll be my dear Aunt
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was still muted. So, what do you think? Is it a lot easier when you're given text to read while you're listening to the recording? Yeah, so Pak Rizal or Bu Rizal. Interesting, easy to listen, much easier. Yes, much easier. So you don't have too many things going on the screen. As you can see, only just one slide, but then you have access to the recording. Not too difficult to understand. And can you enjoy it more than when you listen to only the recording? Yes. So the transcript or the subtitle helps a lot, I'm sure. And it is actually okay to give this to your students and for you to use reading text by yourself. But yeah, so once you're familiar with the story, you can replay it without the text. So you can just enjoy listening to the story. Okay. Right, let's go to the next one. The next one is listening while viewing and reading. Again, similar to listening while reading, this will make oral text more comprehensible. This will develop autonomous listening strategies. Yeah, because later on you will know when to use the type of input that you need. Yeah, you have all of the input that you need, but you don't have to use them all. It will also help you develop your listening and speaking fluency. And this will fit intermediate and low proficiency Alto learners. So if your students are within this proficiency level, then you will probably want to do this easy listening in which your students have access to more than one channel of input. Okay, so the next one is quite similar to listening while viewing and reading. This time you can also focus only on the listening and viewing. So you have now 4 options: listening only, listening while reading, listening while viewing and reading, and the last one is listening and viewing. Yeah, it will make the oral text more comprehensible. So you don't read, but you view some sort of visual. It will enhance your concentration on listening to text and allow you to focus more on the pronunciation and vocabulary stresses and as well as intonation. Yeah. And also well, once again, oh, this is the wrong one. Yeah, this is actually supposed to be for the reading, listening while viewing and reading. Yeah, so I misplaced the title. So when you listen while reading or listening and viewing and reading, make sure that you strengthen, this is integrated activity, listening activity part. So you may want to take into account my last comment here. This may encourage over-dependent on written text. So make sure that you do other activities afterwards by eliminating the text. Yeah. All right, now let's try to do this. I'm going to take you to a different website now so that you can listen and watch and read at the same time.
Sorry, Dr. Ivan, the time is up. It's already 60 minutes.
Okay. So just one last activity, Pak. Can I have
please?
about 2 minutes
Yes,
for
please.
this? Yeah, thank you. So let's go to Storyline Online so that the teachers have the experience of doing 2 more listening activities. Yeah. So as you can see, there is Christian Slater here reading a book. You can activate the subtitles. You can also play around with the speed. If it's too fast, you can slow it down a little bit. If it's too slow, then you can speed it up a little bit. So I'm going to.
Welcome to Storyline Online, brought to you by the SAG-AFTRA Foundation. I'm Christian Slater, and today I'm going to read The Coal Thief, written by Elaine Adams and illustrated by Lauren Gallegos. One morning, Georgie went into the kitchen. He poked around the pot-bellied stove, hoping to find a stray lump of coal. "Don't bother, Georgie," Mama said. "There's been no coal for 3 days." "But I'm cold," he shivered in the icy kitchen. "Put your coat on." Georgie took his coat down from the hook. "When's Papa coming home?" "He's fixing a broken rail line. He should be home for supper." Just then, the door burst open, and his friend Harley rushed in. "Grab your boots, Georgie. We're going on an adventure." Georgie hurried to put on his boots. "Where are we going?" "Train's coming." "Oh, Harley, trains come every day." "Not this train. Come on, we don't want to miss it."
Okay. So as you can see, it's quite easy, right? It's quite easy because you can control the speed. You can also watch, read, and listen. Okay, so I'm going to take you to my last page. So please go back to the Mentimeter. Yes, it's multimedia part of Taufik Rahman. Okay, please go to menti.com. The same code that we used earlier. Oops. Okay, so let me go to the next page. Okay, so according to you, which one is the most effective, and then try to rank them from the first to the fourth. Is it listening only, listening while reading and viewing, or listening while viewing? The fifth listening. Okay, number one is listening while reading. And then second one, listening while reading and viewing, listening while viewing, and listening only is actually, yeah, I would say that it is more demanding. And if you don't like it, yeah, you don't want to give it to your students. Yeah, so give your students access to more input so that they can enjoy the listening, yeah, and learn more. But probably it will take longer time for them to develop their proficiency, yeah, because extensive listening is for the purpose of developing fluency and automaticity instead of listening proficiency only. Okay, and that's all from me. So stop sharing. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yvonne, yeah, for the nice presentations. So I thought that extensive belongs to reading only, yeah, but actually there is also extensive in listening, yeah. Okay, so now we move to the questions and answer. Please raise your hand and then state your affiliations, yeah, your names and affiliations. Raise your hand, please. Or you can write the questions in the chat box so I can read your questions. Okay, Bu Ivan. Before, waiting for the questions from the audience, I have questions here. So I used to have extensive reading when I was in S1 program. So at the time, my late professor gave us a novel to read, yeah, in a week, yeah, meaning that in the 16 meeting we had to read 16 different novels, yeah. And then after reading the first novel, we would have a face-to-face interview. So the professor would ask many questions, yeah, related to the novel. So what about the issue of assessment, yeah, in extensive listening, yeah? Meaning in extensive reading, the professor also read the novels, yeah. What about the listening?
How to assess extensive listening or extensive reading?
Extensive listening.
Or listening, okay. So extensive listening, just like extensive reading, is very personal. So it needs to be assessed personally as well. So we cannot use tests. Comprehension tests will not fit extensive listening. So other activities will fit extensive listening more. So activities like project or journal writing, that sort of thing, will fit more listening.
Okay, so meaning that it should be, what is that? The pleasure, yeah, for the students, yeah, to listen.
Yeah, the focus is on the pleasure and on listening to as much oral text as you can within your level. So we are not using things which are beyond the level of the students or teacher.
Okay, maybe once more, in my department, we have intensive listening, yeah, but we don't have extensive listening. So if we have a plan, yeah, to have extensive listening, so it is better to to split it between intensive and extensive, or combine between intensive and extensive in one class, for example.
Okay, so you actually have two different options for that. So you can have extensive reading and regular kind of reading, and extensive listening and intensive listening, regular kind of listening courses as discrete courses, separate courses. But you can also combine them. Combining them is actually more interesting to me because you can focus on the topic, discuss and approach it from different perspectives. So for example, you're talking about one topic in the intensive listening course, you can also use the same ask the students to focus on the same topic when they are doing the extensive listening. So that will help them strengthen their knowledge of the topic and see that that topic is actually can be approached from a serious point of view and from a pleasurable point of view.
Okay, thank you. So it's very nice. Okay, so when I check in the chat box, I have some questions, and then I will read one questions, and Dr. Yvonne can give the answer. Yeah, the first one is from Upi Astuti. Yeah, would you like to tell us to make the student listening while viewing and reading, but without giving them kind of tasks to make sure they are autonomous learners? Thanks.
Okay, right. Autonomous is actually the end goal of learning. Yeah, when someone is autonomous, they know what they do and what they need to do. And it's something that we need to cultivate. Giving them more options is actually good because they will learn to identify their own needs and areas in which they need to improve. Yeah, so we do not need to tell them that you need to listen and then view and then read, and yeah, you don't have to tell them that, but you give them the appropriate kind of input. It will depend on what they need from the input. If the students are really good, they probably just need the recording, the audio. But then if they think that they need a little bit more help, then they will also access the viewing part of it. And if they need more, they can have access to the text as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
So making them
Yvonne.
used to, you're most welcome.
Okay, Upi, did Dr. Yvonne answer your question?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. And then now we go to Mr. Witt. How can we enforce our students in very limited time to make them comfortable to improve their listening ability?
Okay, so time is certainly a constraint. Yeah, our biggest constraint when it comes to formal language learning. Probably we can focus more on the intensive listening while we are in class, and then do more extensive listening outside class. Yeah. So I'm saying this because we don't have much time in class, like about 2 to 3 hours a week. It's not going to be enough for our students to do extensive listening, because usually extensive listening takes longer period of time, to take effect. But again, combining, as I said earlier, combining extensive listening and intensive listening will help our students relate the topic to their real life later on. So they see a topic which is being discussed inside the class, but they can also pursue that particular topic more when they are outside of class. But listening to something easier, that's what needs to be remembered. Listen to something which is easy or very easy for the extensive listening. It's not a drill and practice kind of activity. Extensive listening is not drill and practice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witt. Did Dr. Yvonne answer your question?
Yvonne, Pak Yvonne aja.
Oh, Yvonne.
Jadi iPhone nanti.
Okay, Mr. Witt, are you still there? Okay, now we go to Buyus. Buyus, you will give the questions by yourself directly, or I will read your question.
Do you mind reading my question, Pak Arif?
Sure, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, Bu Yvonne, my question is like this. So, yeah, Before that, thank you so much. You give us a very inspiring and insightful activities for developing listening acquisition to our students. So my question is relating to some varieties of English that we now have in this world, and in relating to some of the varieties that you also have introduced us in the practices. So in regarding with the students' listening acquisition, as teachers, should we choose the language variation to the students, or we give autonomy for the students to choose the English varieties in their listening task? Especially when the objective of the teaching is to help students to get better listening acquisition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Piyusnita. I would rather give them more varieties rather than just exposing them to one single variety. So as we saw earlier, when we listen to British English and American English and Australian English, a lot of people are comfortable listening to American English more, simply because you're exposed to that particular type of variation of English. Yeah. So I would say that we need to give our students the chance to explore more varieties of English. So give them Singaporean English, Indian English, because when they are out there and they find things on their own, they will probably find, varieties of this kind of English. Yeah. They may have their own preferences. A lot of people have their own preferences. Yeah, I prefer American English simply because it's easier to listen to.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer.
You're most welcome, Ibu Yusnita.
Okay, thank you, Luyus. Now we go to another question from Mufti Hidayat. I really want to do this, but I teach in boarding school, which does not allow the students to bring cell phones. How do I create an activity for extended listening, since there is a limited source to my students?
Okay, yeah. So it's not extended listening, but it's expensive listening. Extended listening will mean something else little. Right. This is going to be quite challenging, because when you want to listen to something, you need at least one type of technology. Yeah. If you have television at your dormitory or boarding school, you can probably make use of that. If the students are not allowed to have cell phone, or you can get together in one room for half an hour or 1 hour and play something, and then talk about the text together with your students, or do some activities. Yeah, but the sources will need to be accessed from commercial sources. If you have access to commercial sources, then buy books with CDs or books with audio recordings that accompany those books, but you will have quite limited options. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but you can use simple technology like television or radio if the students are not allowed to bring cell phone.
Okay, Bu Ivan. So once I read a book, rather than the schools, do not permit the students to have cell phones, it is better for the school, to integrate technology into the learning process. Is it correct, Bu Ivan?
Yes, I have to say yes, because the technology is with us, and it will be with us in the long run. So if you're limiting your students, it means that they will not be able to function later on in the society. They will not be able to use technology wisely. Yes, it's actually better to bring it to class and then work together with your students. explore it and show them how technology can help them be a better student, be a better person, and be a better citizen. And probably that's better than saying that don't bring it to class.
Yes, I do agree with that. Yeah, now technology has become the main part of teenagers nowadays. Okay, so I think we need to have one more questions, and then for the others, yeah, if you still need to ask questions, yeah, you can text, yeah, to Evan directly. So this is from Hanafi Shahrozi. I have questions. Building student interest in English listening in my school is hard. Most of them, they don't have any passion in English, especially in learning listening. What's the best way to improve my teaching so they can engage with listening lesson?
Okay, start with something interesting and easy. Probably your students are not interested in learning because they find it hard, or they cannot relate to what they listen to. Yeah, so ask them what topics that they want to listen to, and then bring something very, very easy to the class and give it a try, and just show your students that you can do it. And when they know that they can do this, they will be more confident and willing to do more.
Okay, Pak Hanafi, did we even answer your question? Okay, I think we ran out of times because it's already 9:52. Yeah, so we will invite one more questions or 2 questions, Bu Yvonne. I think we did.
Pak Asep has been raising his hand.
Oh yeah, Pak Asep.
Pak Asep.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Arif. And I'd like to also thank Bu Yvonne for very super presentations. Therefore, I would like to ask questions only. In relation to extensive and also intensive listening, we also know that in intensive listening, it is generally done in the classroom, like we are guided by the lesson plan or the RPP or RPS. If it is in school, then the activities can be done in order because it is according to the time and within the time limits. However, if we talk about extensive listening, which is done generally beyond the classroom, and we call it also like self-directed listening for the students themselves. Sometimes if we ask the students to listen to the materials we give in the form of video or radio, something like that, they do not know what to do within such kind of abundance of like input from us in the kind of audios. Perhaps do you have some tips or maybe guidelines on how the students do self-directed listenings outside the classroom? Maybe let's start from a simple guideline. Maybe before I listen, what should I do? Like preparing listenings, while listening and after listenings, perhaps. Then at least we can measure what they do actually outside the classroom, because we cannot monitor their activities beyond our reach. Thank you very much, Bu Yvonne.
Okay, thank you, Pak Asep. All right, so intensive and extensive listening can both be conducted inside as well as outside class. Yeah, so it's not that intensive listening can only be conducted in class and extensive listening can only be conducted outside class. Both activities can be done in class as well as outside class. Okay, so as the start, students will need to know their level. Yeah, so for listening, ask them to listen to a recording for about a minute. And then if they find many difficult words, ask them to find something which is easier than that. Yeah, 1 or 2 words, those are enough. But if they found if they find 5 words or more which are unfamiliar to them during that 1 minute listening, then that particular text is too difficult for them. They will not be able to enjoy it or work on it on their own. Yeah, so first of all is to understand their level. And the second one is to find what they want to listen to and why they listen to it. Yeah, so different types of text need to be listened to quite differently. So when you are listening to news, it will be very different to when you are listening to a story being read to you, right? So the type of information that you seek for will be quite different. So they need to know why they listen, for what purpose, and then what they listen to and how. The how is the things that I've mentioned earlier. Yeah, so they can listen to the recording only, or reading while listening and viewing, or listening and viewing only. For monitoring their progress, it's actually a lot easier if you have some sort of journal for extensive listening. So you ask them questions which are not too demanding. Yeah, so for example, personal questions like, which part of the text do you like most? Or if you want to be one of the characters in the story, which one do you want to be and why? Things like, do you like the ending of the story? If you don't like it, how would you change it? Yeah, so something personal. If they listen to the recording or watch the oral text, they will be able to do this, but without you asking them detailed questions like, how many characters are in the story? When was the first character born? You know, it's not like detailed information from the recording, but more personal questions. And if you give them the chance to write a journal or short report, things like that, it will be easier for them to monitor their progress, and for you to know whether they are doing what they are supposed to do or not. Yeah, you can also ask them to rate the oral text. So give it like stars, like 1 to 5, and whether they want to recommend that particular text to other people and why they want to recommend it, to whom will they recommend it. So questions like that will get them thinking about the meaning of the text, not just detailed information that they can get from the text. So that one is for the extensive listening. I hope it answers part of your question, Pak Asep.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Yvonne.
Thank you, Pak Asep.
Okay, Bu Yvonne and the audience, yeah, I think time is up. And then thank you very much, Bu Yvonne, for your insightful presentations. And for the audience, thank you very much for being wonderful participants during these sessions. And then I will conclude these workshops or presentations by saying that behaviorism see the students as the object of the learning, but constructivisms see the students as the subject of the learning. So let our students to be adaptive with the changing situations, yeah, by integrating the learning process by using technology. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. Thank you, Pak Ari.
Thank you very much, Bu Yvonne, Pak Ari.
Thank you, Pak Arif.
Yuk, Bu Yvonne.
Keren, selalu keren Bu Yvonne tuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keep staying in this workshop. And yeah, we have just listened and paid attention to Bu Yvonne's presentation about developing second language listening acquisition. Yeah, I think we all agree. We all agree that the material presented by Bu Yvonne is one which is very insightful and applicable to be conducted in our teaching and learning process. Now, okay, thank you once again to Bu Yvonne for the materials presented to us. And thank you, Pak Arif, for moderating the sessions by Bu Yvonne. Now we come to the second sessions of this today's workshop. We are going to have Bapak Christian Puguh as the presenter, and I will be hosting the second session. But before having the second session with Pak Christian Puguh, I would like to remind all the presenters, all the participants asking the committee questions about the link of material or the attendance. We provide the attendance as well as the material by the presenters at the end of the session, after the session 3 is delivered. So please be patient, enjoy and keep being here in our workshop until the last session. The link will be provided at the end of the question and answer of session 3. Once you click the link, you will have the access to the material as well. Okay, I hope that answered the question in the chat box about the material and about the attendance. Now we come to the second sessions of today's workshop. Bapak Christian Puguh Sulistyo is here with us already.
Sorry, Bu Yusnita.
Yes, Pak Christian.
What I understand is I'm gonna be the third one. So the second one is Butina.
Oh, okay.
But up to you.
Okay.
Should I come to the second one, because my presentation is basically to recap all the things from Bu Yvonne and Butina mentioned or share. But if I need to come at the second one, that will be okay as well.
Okay. Well, on behalf of the committee, I'm so sorry for this inconvenience, Pak Christian Puguh.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, so if it is okay for you to having the second session, taking the second session, the second turn to have the presentation, is it okay, or does it influence the flow of the materials?
Yes, what I understand is Bu Yvonne is sharing about the receptive listening, and then Butina is sharing about the productive skills. Okay, and then I'm gonna be the end. It's like recapping all of those things. So I think it's better to go to Tina first, and then I come to me later on.
Okay, then. Once again, the committee would like to ask for apology about this, Pak Christian Puguh.
No worries.
Okay, thank you for your understanding. And Butina is around with us now. Butina, hello.
Yes, I'm here, Ibu Yusnita.
Okay, I'm so sorry again.
It's okay.
For this
No worries.
inconvenience. So, okay, so I will be moderating Ibu Tina Priantin for the second sessions of today's workshop. Butina. Okay, all right.
Please.
All right. So before we have Butina presenting the material for us, allow me to read the curriculum vitae by of Butina. Okay. So Butina is wait a minute. Okay, Butina is here with us to present the material entitled The Productive Teachers for More Productive Students. And she is, okay, wait a minute. I need to find Butina's curriculum vitae.
Take your time, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you for your understanding.
Yusnita?
Yes?
Is it possible for me to be the moderator for Butina?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it seems that Pak Arif is ready, really prepared for being the moderator for Butina's session. So again, Butina and all the presenters in this virtual Zoom, virtual meeting, I'm very sorry. The committee is very sorry for this inconvenience. So Butina, I give the chance, the screen to Pak Arif as the moderator to host your second session.
All right.
Okay. Pak Arif?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Yus. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again with me in this workshop with the topic better English skills for better teaching. And then still with me, Arif Surya Bratmojo, and I'm going to be the moderator today. One of the key success in English language learning is the role of teachers. But the question is, what teachers needed by the students in the current era? The answer is productive teachers. The productive teachers will yield productive students, and our English departments want to give positive contributions for that through these workshops. And for that, we have speaker who is already with us. Yeah, we have Bu Tina Priantin. Good morning, Bu Tina.
Good morning, Pak Arif.
Okay, welcome to this workshop. And then we will have 1 hour for Bu Tina to have the presentations talking about productive teachers for more productive students. And then again, if the audience have questions, you can ask directly by raising your hand, or you can write in the chat box. Yeah. And now I'm going to invite Bu Tina, and let me first read her profile. Bu Tina is from the English education program of Universitas Pakuan, and she is the master trainer for Pearson Indonesia. She is pursuing her doctorate program in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung. Her research area are public speaking, micro-teaching, teaching English for young learners, intercultural communication, and technology in English language teaching. She has working experiences in more than 15 different institutions as teacher, trainer, and visiting lecturers. Bu Tina, you have 60 minutes to have the presentations. Please.
All right. Thank you, Pak Arif, for opening my session. Well, first thing first, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Bapak Ibu. Yes. Well, first, I'd like to thank UNES and also Teflin for having me here. This is such a kind of, at the beginning, it's a kind of shocking invitation. No, just joking. Because Teflin for me is a big institution, and then UNES as well. Well, I'm coming from a small university in Bogor, but I'm happy as well because I can meet teachers of Jawa Tengah, most of you, and hopefully that probably I can visit there again. All right, Pak Arif, hopefully that I can finish in 1 hour. Bapak Ibu, seems like since 8 o'clock you have been sitting there, and then you have kind of serious moments. You listen a lot. So I believe that teachers need to little bit, I'm going to energize, give you a kind of energy for you. And I believe that teachers love telling stories. But at the beginning, I'm going to give you the ice breaking. Yeah, okay? All right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to, this is the game called This or That. Okay, This or That. This or that. This, so I'm going to mention 2 things. Okay, 2 things. I have a lot of things. So every time I mention 2 things, I want you to choose whether you choose the first one or the second one. Yeah. If you choose the first one, then you touch your head. Okay. Touch your head. For example, yeah. Okay. For example, I will mention coffee or milk. Coffee or milk. Coffee or milk. If you like coffee, then you touch your head. So you choose the first one, and then if you like milk, you touch your nose. Okay. The first, you touch your head. If you choose the second, you touch your nose. If you choose both, then you can do like this. Okay. All right. I'm going to mention 2 things. Then please show me your gestures. Yeah. Which one that you are going to choose? Ready? Okay. Banana or okay, banana or watermelon. Banana or watermelon. Banana or watermelon. Pak Arif, can you still hear me? Because my connection is not stable.
Yes, very clear.
Yes, okay. Banana or watermelon? Okay, go. All right. Okay, Ibu Zumratus, you choose banana. Ibu Upik, you choose banana. Anyone chooses watermelon? No. Okay.
Me.
Okay, you. All right.
Masaan.
Masaan. Okay, next. I'm going to mention the other two things. Okay, ready? Okay. Indonesia or Singapore? Indonesia or Singapore? Yay, you love Indonesia. Okay, you love Indonesia. Thank you very much. Next. Blue or yellow? Blue or yellow? Blue. Most of you choose blue? Blue? Okay, Miss Trivena, you choose yellow. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. All right, now for the next ice breaking, I want you to write on the chat box because I believe that teachers love telling stories. Teachers love talking. And then for female teachers, remember that you need 20,000 words to produce every day instead of a man, okay? But if you only need 7 words in a day, so please be patient when your wife is always talking, all right? Okay, because she needs 20,000 words a day. Yes, okay, yeah. So, all right, now I want you to write on the chat box 3 words, 3 words only, telling about your, what about your feeling today, or probably about something that happened yesterday, or anything. The important thing is later on, I'm going to choose 3 teachers to tell why you wrote the 3 words. 3 words only. For example, happy, zoo, monkey, for example, like that. Okay, good. Okay, Miss Upik, you're right. Happy, fabulous, energized. Happy, great, pleasure. Bu Puspa. Next. Amazing. Pak Ahmad, you only write. See the difference between male and female. Female can write 3 words at a time. A male can only write 1. Okay. All right. Happy. See, Pak Sigit, you only write happy. And then, okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to start from Ibu Upik. Okay, because you wrote the first. Bu Upik, please unmute your microphone, and then why. Please tell us why you wrote happy, fabulous, and energized.
Yeah,
very short.
Okay, I feel happy today because I met fabulous persons in this screen, and then it is really energized me to learn more. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bu Upik. Okay, next I'm going to choose Ibu Efima. Ibu Efima, are you here? You wrote great, happy, hungry. Oh my God. Okay.
Hi there.
Okay, Bu Efima, please tell us why you wrote those 3 words.
Okay, I'm so happy today because I met Christian Buga again, and I'm feeling great.
Ooh,
but
you have the fans.
Yeah, this is my kind of 5th time with him. Hello.
Oh, the 5th time. Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm so
and
hungry.
you are hungry because of him as well?
No, I haven't got my breakfast because I have to teach at 7 o'clock today. Yay.
Oh my, yes. Yay, that's teachers. So that's why I'm proud of teachers. You always wake up very early in the morning, and then you go to school early in the morning. Not like me. All right. Thank you very much, Ibu Efima. One more. I like to choose a male teacher here. Oh my, a male teacher only wrote 1 word, see? Okay, Pak Muhammad Harsan Malaka, you wrote great, hot, and thirsty. Pak Harsan, are you here? Oh yes,
yeah,
okay,
yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's really great to see all the wonderful teachers around all of Indonesia through this forum. It is hot because the fan on the wall doesn't seem to be working.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that then.
Yeah, and I'm thirsty because I haven't had my coffee yet. So Yeah, I need to make a note.
Yes. Okay, go for your
No, it's
coffee. Yeah? I haven't had mine as well. That's why I got an idea from you that I need a coffee as well. Okay, thank you, Pa Harsan. Yeah.
Yeah, anytime.
All right, thank you, teachers. Yes. Okay, so this is the ice breaking, and then hopefully that this is a kind of bridge for a reminder for us that we need to talk, we need to produce words every day. Okay, and the title of my session today is about this: productive teachers for productive students. Why I'm interested in taking this topic. Wait, I need to present this first. Wait a moment. Okay, so why I choose productive teachers for productive students. Well, I believe that, previously Bu Yvonne has shared knowledge of how to develop our listening skills. I believe that teachers, you have developed your English skills a lot. The pedagogy, well, I don't need to ask you about the pedagogy. I believe that you explored a lot of methods in teaching English. All right. But the problem is, this is the research that I also conducted, that there are still many teachers who cannot produce English and then give a kind of examples to the students. Okay. That's why the title is Productive Teachers for Productive Students. We are productive in developing our English skills. We are productive in developing our pedagogy. But the question is, are we productive enough for our students? Can we produce productive students? Okay, that's a big question. Okay. First, so this is the contents that I would like to share. Why productive skills? The second is producing effective English. And then changing is improving. And the last is the top tips. Let's take a look at this. All right, now, again, on the chat box, please write from 1 to 10, how important is it for an English teacher to use English in the classroom? Please write. From 1 to 10, how important is it for an English teacher to use English in the classroom? Okay, 9, 7, depends. 9, 10, 9, 9, 10, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9. Okay, 10, good. Okay, good. Okay, most of you wrote 9, between 7 to 9, yeah. Not many of you wrote 10, yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask Miss Supriyatin. Miss Supriyatin, are you here? Miss Supriyatin? Are you here? Hello?
Hello, yes, I'm
Hello,
here.
yes, okay. Miss Supriyatin, why
Yes.
did you write 7?
Because I think when I see my students, even though I teach in a state school, but I think the input of my student is in the rate of low. So I choose 7.
Okay. You choose 7.
I say this because when I'm teaching in the class, when I say in English, they just what is it, seeing me, and I don't know this is. So I choose 7.
Seeing you?
Yes, and
with confused,
yes.
with confusing faces, yeah, or expressions.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Okay. That's why you only wrote 7. Yeah.
Yes.
How about Pak Eko? Pak Eko Susanto, why did you write 7? Or Pak Solihin, why did you write 4? Okay, 4. Why did you write 4? Or Pak Eko first? Pak Eko is here. Or Pak Solihin probably. Pak Solihin, yes. Why did you write 4?
Thank you for the time, Ms. Tina. Okay, because as Oh, sorry. Based on the analysis of my analyzing, that's most of the teachers in the classrooms speak Indonesian on English. Because I'm as responsible for MBKMB, so I know that for the development of teachers in the classroom when they are teaching English. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Okay, it's okay. All right. Yes, Bapak Ibu, if I ask you to, why I ask you to write the range of the, the numbers between 1 to 10. Yes, you are right. I do agree with you. It depends on the student's level of ability. But in this case, what we have to consider is about, are we going to let the students with their not understanding what's the condition? That's the question that you have to ask yourself, ourselves, I mean. Because we cannot deny that in English there are 4 skills, okay? I believe that you have really understood about this. 4 skills, starting from what? What skills? What skills?
Listening, sir. Listening, ma'am.
Okay, yes. First thing first, listening. We have to start from listening. The second, speaking. The third, reading. Writing is the last. Okay, that's good. So that's the process of how a person can acquire a new language, starting from listening. All right. And remember that we are the teachers of English. So if we would like to make our students able to acquire new language, they need to listen first. So what do they listen? When they only listen to Indonesian or Bahasa Indonesia language, let's say in one session, 100%, we talk in English for only 10% or 20%, the rest we use Bahasa Indonesia. The students will not get significant acquirement of the language, okay? So this is what we have to realize, that we need to give stimulus to the students. They have to listen to English, and then we give opportunities for them to speak in English, and then let them read English words and let them write at the end. And this is hard. Building spoken language. Ibu Yvonne has shared some techniques of how to develop our English skills. And then I read in some, the comments in the chat box that some of you consider that the language is hard to catch. Okay, so what should we do then? We cannot just depend on the technology. Technology is only the media to support. But what we have to do, we are the teachers as the main model of our students. So if you think that your students cannot catch what British people say or what American people say, so what can we do? So we only let them, listen to our Bahasa Indonesia? No, it's not a good decision. Okay, I'm sorry to say. So what we have to do? So we try our best to develop our spoken skills, both listening and speaking. But of course, it should be started from the components, how we enrich our vocabulary, how we can construct good structures, and then pronunciation, how we correct our pronunciation. Okay, remember, Bapak Ibu, we have various kinds of pronunciation, yeah? So no problem with that. We have different accent. You have Semarang accent. You have Papua accent. I have Sundanese accent. I don't really have British or American accent, but it's okay. Now we have world Englishes. But the important thing is we try our best to make our pronunciation intelligible based on standards. Okay, how about if you see like Japanese people? I have some friends from Japan, and then Japanese people, it's very hard for them to pronounce the sound L. Yeah, for example, the name is Lenny, they will pronounce Lenny. Or Filipinos, yeah, Filipinos, they also some of them, but not all of them, but some of them, I heard that it's very hard for them to say, for example, like conversation. They keep saying conversation. Okay, so no problem with that. People can understand. People from different countries, they can still understand. But again, it's a matter of habits. Because the more you produce, the more you can build your knowledge, the more you can develop your skills. And then this is what I'm going to share to you. Again, my English is not much better than you. Probably there are a lot of teachers who are better than me. But you know, what I usually do, I always, every day, not only 1 hour, more than 1 hour, I'm trying my best to use English. I read English texts. I write English status in my social media. It's just for helping me practice. Okay, so Bapak Ibu, again, I'm not going to teach you here, but I just would like to remind us, not only you, but also me, that we need to always, we try our best to use English in the classroom. Now, next, of 4 skills in English, please write on the chat box. Which skill do you consider the most difficult? Right. The most difficult. Writing, listening. Writing, listening, speaking, good. Listening, writing, what else? Okay. See, most of you wrote writing and listening. Okay, writing and listening. I think all, yeah. All skills are difficult, but of course you have to, this is how you identify, how we identify our weakness. Okay, so all 4 skills, even though I have been teaching since 1994, I have been teaching English since 1994. But I feel that I still cannot master all 4 skills. My weakness is in writing. I do agree with you. That's why I continue, I take my doctoral degree to help me practice my writing ability. But we cannot write anything. And then I find that we cannot write anything. We cannot put our ideas on our writing without reading. So again, all 4 skills should be connected to each other. We cannot speak English without listening. We need examples by listening. We cannot write without reading. So they really connect to each other. And this is what you have to find out. Which weakness are you in? Okay, and that's what you need to develop more than other skills. Okay, thank you very much for your responses. All right, now I want you to scan this QR code. I'm going to stop share first. Wait, I'm going to give you also the link, but if you are able to scan this, you can just scan the QR code, or I'm going to share to you the link. Wait. Allow me to put on the chat box the link, then you can just click it, and then let's do the poll. Okay, the question is, what reasons do EFL teachers have that make them reluctant to use English in the classroom? Okay, let me show you this. Can you access the link? Yes, okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Wait, I have problems with the connection here. Sorry. But if, please let me know if you cannot hear my voice well. All right.
Very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's see here. Okay, some of you have started to put your opinions here. 4 participants, 5 participants, ranking, give ranking. All right, let's check here. Okay, we have mixed ability students. First, okay, the second, not enough training. Okay, so it's still running. Let's see. which one has the highest rank? Okay, mixed ability students still number one. Not enough training. Oh, the second, worry of making students not understand the lesson. Okay, let's see here. Mixed ability student is still number one. Okay, so there have been 27. I need more. Please, or you can also just write on the chat box if it's impossible for you to access the link. You can just write on the chat box. It's fine. Okay, way of making students not understand the lesson. Mixed ability students. The second now. Yeah. Okay. Oops, sorry. 8, 9 should be 9. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, it's been 32 of you respond to this poll. Okay, I'm still waiting. So I'm going to limit to, let's say, 40 participants, and then let's see which one has the highest rank. 35 already. Anyone writes on the chat box? Nobody. Okay, all right. Okay, 37 already. Okay, 38, two more. 39, more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Still 39. 41, finally. Okay, it reaches 41. All right, let's see here. So the highest rank here is worry of making students not understand the lesson. Yeah, I have guessed that this will be the first. Yeah, and this is a common challenge for the teachers, that they are worried of making students not being able to understand the lesson that you are explaining. Okay. The second one, mixed ability students. Oh yes, of course. That's one of our challenges in Indonesia. We have mixed ability students. And then number 3, fear of making mistakes. Okay. Fear of making mistakes relates much to worry of making students not understand the lesson. Yeah. And then lack of confidence in the ability to use English. Okay, still connected, because you are fear of making mistakes. So you are lack of confidence, still connected. Yeah. Worry about not having enough time. Well, probably it's a matter of how you manage the lesson. Yeah. Not enough training, lack of resources. Well, I don't think that we are lack of resources. Resources are everywhere. Large classes, yes, it depends. Indonesia, 32 students are not large actually. Well, in other countries, 15, even 15 is large. Yeah, so it depends. But again, yeah, probably this is one of the challenges. And then challenges, I mean, the last is not knowing the right words or phrases. All right, thank you very much for responding to this poll. All right, Bapak Ibu, so I'm going to go back to this, or I'm going to stop share first. Okay. Yes, the first is because you are worried that your students will not understand. Okay, that's normal. That's normal. But you have to put away to remove that worried feeling. Okay, what you need to worry now, let's remind together, yeah, that you need to worry is whether your English is understandable or not for your students. That's the problem. Yeah, your students don't understand because probably our English is not understandable. You choose the vocabulary that is not familiar for the students. You don't give them stimulus at the beginning. You don't give them a lot of explorations. Your pronunciation is unclear. Your articulation is also unclear. You speak too fast. There are a lot of factors that make the students not understand our English. Okay? Even though our English is excellent, okay, but it doesn't guarantee that our students can receive, can accept our English. Therefore, that's what we have to analyze. We have to always do reflection. Later, Paan will talk more about reflection. We have to reflect ourselves, not always blaming on the students. Oh, my students are not good. They only get lower scores. No, never, never, never blame on your students. Blame on ourselves. What happened with us? Questions. There are a lot of questions, tough reflections that you have to do. What happened with our English? Whether my English is understandable or not again. Whether I speak difficult English or not. Or whether my accent is too British or too American, probably. There are a lot of factors. Yeah, Bapak Ibu, ya? All right. Now, let's go back to my slides. Wait. And talking about self-reflections, so it's not only the students need to even the teachers have to always reflect. Only the pedagogy things. Skills. Okay. Now, why productive skills? Why productive skills? This is a topic that I'm going to share. Okay. Why productive skills? We have to realize, and I believe that everybody has realized, that productive skills are active skills to produce a language. If we, let's say, if teachers only develop their English by listening, by reading, but without showing the students the spoken ability, the written ability, the students will not be active. Okay, so not only the students, we expect the students are active, but we also have, as teachers, we also have to be active. How to produce a language. Okay, and then productive skills wouldn't exist without the support of receptive skills. Again, even though we always try to use English, yeah, but we don't listen, we don't read well, we cannot make our productive skills better. Start from listening again, back to listening. You start from reading, and then after that, you produce. Listening to speaking, reading to writing. Then, why we need to always develop our productive skills? Learners also need to generate language to communicate their ideas, either in speech or text. Bapak Ibu, in our lesson plan, we always, now it's curriculum Merdeka, ya, we have to focus on the project-based learning, problem-based learning, and other methods, yeah. But if we, okay, let's say, I'm sorry to say that I found, because I also teach in PPG, I found teachers, they use the project-based learning, they use the problem-based learning, but they don't really show the students how to produce the language. Okay, yes, the methods are good, but of course, because we are teachers of English, back to that, we are teachers of English, so how we can make the students produce English. Okay, and the goal of productive skill is to give other people an understanding of what we want to tell them. So let's say, as a teacher, we have to make our students understand of what we want to tell them. Of course, we have to produce something. Okay, when you say, takut siswanya nggak paham, well, no, it's not like that. We have to show them examples. At the beginning, they don't understand, no problem, no problem. But never give up. You show them again. You try to find other terms to make them understand. There are a lot of media. You can use media. You can use pictures. You can use videos. You can use gestures. If they don't understand, still don't understand, you give them examples of sentences. They still don't understand, the kepepet way is, yes, you can translate into Bahasa Indonesia. If it's kepepet, the power of kepepet. but that's the last way. The important thing is you have tried your best to show your students that, yes, now students, you are now learning English. So let's try to produce English together, okay? The last, productive skills is a way to measure a person's proficiency in language and to build communicative competence. Remember, teachers now, we have to build the students' 21st century skills. And one of them is communication. So if you would like to build students' communication, of course, you have to build that competence. So how? Again, you produce, you help them produce language. You starting from you yourself produce language, okay? Now, I want to ask you again, okay? You can just unmute. What language would you use in these situations, okay? English or L1? Or I will say English as L2 or Bahasa Indonesia as L1. And why? Okay, number one. You're going to tell the class about your weekend, L1 or L2. Write on the chat box, or you can just unmute. Because this is a workshop,
Depends
so
on
it's okay
the
for us to interact. Depends on the
language we learn in the classroom. If we learn
okay.
about the will, so I will use
you will use L?
English, of course. If I teach will or going to, I will use directly English.
Okay, yeah, because you are teaching English, so you are going to use English. Okay, talking about, let's say you are going to talk about, the topic is about simple past tense, yeah, or talking about recount text, yeah. You're going to tell the class about your weekend in L2, yeah. Okay, let's see the rest. Okay, you will use L2, both of them, L2, both, yes, both of them, yes. The second, you want to check the learner's understanding of your instruction. You want to check the learner's understanding of your instruction. L2, okay, good. L2, L1, L2, L1, no L3, just L1 and L2. Okay, L1, L2. Okay, most of you wrote L2. All right, okay, I'll keep this first, yeah? And then the third, you want to give instructions for a new activity. L1 or L2. L2 with more simple vocabs. This has to be both. L2, both. Okay, all right, excellent. Okay, next, you have to explain complicated meaning in a reading text. L1, both, both, L1, both, L2 with clues. Okay, both, yeah, so you mix the language, yeah? Okay, good. Next, you want to explain the meaning of a word. You want to explain the meaning of a word. Both, L1, L2 synonyms. Okay, most of you answered both, yeah? You want the class to work in pairs and discuss the questions. L1 or L2? Both, still both. Both C, okay, you use C, both C. And then the, okay, L2 with full of gestures. Ooh, Bupik, I can imagine that you move here and there, yeah, to show the meaning, yeah, or to work, to ask the students to work in pairs, yeah, you do a lot of gestures. And then the next, a learner makes a mistake in English and you want to correct him or her. L1 or L2? Both. both. L2, okay, both. Okay, most of you answered both, yeah. And then the last, a learner looks unhappy and you want to know why. Both. L2 and ask the students politely and deep caring. L1, both. L1, both. L1, both. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much for your responses. All right. Bapak Ibu, is it fine if you use both languages in the class, L1 and L2? The answer is yes. Yeah. Of course, we cannot force ourselves to always speak English to the students, but at least you do kind of, let's say 50-50. Yeah, 50% in English, 50% in Bahasa Indonesia. But again, it's back to the quality. What is the quality of the instructions, for example, or the quality of our English? Now, let's say if you are going to tell the class about your weekend, it depends on your intention. If you only would like to, let's say at the beginning, pre-activity, you start to tell a story, yeah? You can use both, yeah? English, or either English or Bahasa Indonesia. But again, if you would like to, let's say the topic is about the context or simple past tense, of course you have to give examples to your students. You tell them, you tell the class about your weekend using English. To make them listen to what we say, we use the second verb, yeah? So we usually say probably study becomes studied. We say go become went. So again, it depends on the intention. What are you going to do with your students, okay? The second, you want to check the learner's understanding of your instructions. It's very simple. Only asking whether the students understand or not is very simple. If you keep using Bahasa Indonesia, the students will not learn, okay? Try to ask them using very simple vocabulary, simple instructions. And the key is, this is what you have to highlight. The key is you are consistent with the same language for a few sessions. Don't change. If you would like to ask the students understanding, okay, what do you usually say? Please write on the chat box. You want to check the learner's understanding. If you use English, what will you say? Right. Which one? Write on the chat box. Is that clear? Is it clear? Do you understand? Have you got it? Okay. Do you understand? That's the simplest one. Do you understand? Do you mean? Do you mean? What do you mean? Is it clear enough? Guys, you got the point? Okay. Do you understand? What else? Do you understand? Understand? Okay. See? You can make it. Yeah. It's very simple. So try to use English. It's very simple. Do you know what I mean? So let's say when you use, do you know what I mean? Oh, the students don't understand. Okay, so you use, do you understand? And then they answer yes. Oh, so means that the expression that you use, okay, start by using do you understand? And then go to the other expressions. After they understand, when you ask, do you understand? You can change using other expressions. Have you got it? Are you with me? Mudeng or mubeng? Okay, do you mudeng? And then, are you here? Got the point? So many more. There are a lot of expressions, but again, be consistent. Yeah. Introduce the new language step by step. Do the scaffolding. So start by using the simplest one for a few times, and then when they have understood, go to other expressions. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is what we have to realize, that even for simple instructions, teachers are often reluctant to use English. For the fourth one, you have to explain complicated meaning in a reading text. Yes, it's fine if you use both. Yeah, but again, I suggest you to try to use English. There are a lot of ways. Yeah, as I told you that you can use examples, you can use pictures, you can use definitions, but yes, the power of copy. The last you can translate. But in there are a lot of research about teaching English, yeah, teaching the second language or foreign language. Make sure that teachers avoid translation. Teachers try to avoid translation, because translation can make the students think that, oh, I don't need to speak English then, because my teacher will translate later. So what should I learn English? Okay, so what I mean here, it's okay for the translation when, again, it's if we don't have any more ways. But during the session, during your class, please try to avoid. Okay, translation will make the language learning failed. Okay, that's probably what what always happens in Indonesia. Teachers keep thinking about, oh, I'm worried my students cannot understand what I say. But you don't try to think about how to make your students produce language, because you also don't produce even from simple language. Okay, all right. So this is what we also, this kind of reminder again for me as well. Sometimes I also use Bahasa Indonesia. So if the question is, if we don't translate, so what? Use the code mixing, Bapak Ibu, ya, the code mixing. Okay, you mix the language, yeah, Indonesian and English. Okay, you can mix the language, but please don't try to speak Bahasa Indonesia all the time. But you have to define balance, yeah, between English and Indonesia. Or are you familiar with Jaksel language? Jaksel language. Yes, they keep using which is blah 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 blah, or probably literally blah 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 and blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's okay now. We can use it. Oh, of course it's okay, but because that's what it's in the casual situation. Yeah, now in our situation we use formal. We are in the formal situation. We intend to make the students produce in English. Therefore, try our best to always produce English, to make the students produce English as well. Okay, now let's go on to this. Oops, sorry. Now take a look at this. I want you to read this, and then the question is, does the teacher speak effectively? If yes, please give me the reasons. If not, give the reasons as well. Write on the chat box, and I'm going to ask probably two of you to unmute your audio and then tell me why you think that this is effective or not effective. Okay, what do you think? Is it effective English? Nobody can answer? Okay, I will ask who? Miss Yusnita, it's not effective. Okay, it's not effective. Miss Yusnita, would you like to share why you consider this is not effective?
Okay, thank you, Bu Rina.
Yeah.
So I guess from the script that you said to us here, the teacher's English is not effective because it seems that she was lack of preparation. Preparing students to understand the text. She read. I mean, the teacher read the text by himself. It doesn't have any chance. I mean, it seems that she didn't give the students chance to use the English.
Yes.
Yeah. So yang lain mungkin bisa menambahkan.
Thank you, Ibu Yusnita. Yes, seems like the teacher doesn't prepare the lesson well. Okay, and then it seems like the teacher reads, yeah, because the teacher keeps reading aloud the first reading comprehension question, and the students have textbook open in front of them, but this teacher keeps reading and doesn't give any opportunity for the students to read. Okay, good, excellent. Any other reason why it's not effective? Bu Upik, you wrote not effective. Why?
Yeah, because here we have to train to the student for the target of languages. So we have to make them active. So we have to find a way, the reading activities that is not just reading a lot for this teacher, but student have to do that one. We can use flip learning also, so we can explore the extensive reading. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So you mean that you prefer to just give flip learning, yeah, instead of asking or reading the text at that time. So you ask the students to read first. Okay, all right.
And then
Yes,
in the class we
that's
discuss
excellent
that
answer.
after that. And the class we discuss about that one.
Yes, exactly. Okay, good. So if you see this, thank you for your response, Ibu. Here, yes, the teacher keeps reading and then not giving the opportunities. And then take a look at this. So this teacher keeps repeating the words, yeah, the same words, yeah, all the time. All right. Okay, let's see here. So let's talk about effective teacher talking time. Yeah. As I told you, that teacher needs to produce English. Teacher needs to talk. Students are given time or opportunities to talk, but oops, yeah, somebody muted me. Okay, but it's okay. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, alhamdulillah. Yeah. All right. Teacher, of course, needs to talk. Teacher loves talking. Students need to talk, but they don't like talking. So how to make it effective? The role, so here we have to realize that the role of teacher talk is to maximize students' learning. And the quantity of teacher and student talk is not necessarily directly related. Okay, the quantity is not about the quantity. So it doesn't mean that if the teacher only speaks for 20% of the time, so it doesn't necessarily mean that the students will speak for the remaining 80% of the time. And it happens, I found in some cases that the teacher keeps giving the, let's say, assignments to the students. Let the students discuss, but the teacher doesn't give any scaffoldings. Give instructions at the beginning, and then control the students' work. And at the end, of course, the teacher has to give feedback. It's too bad when the teacher only gives the task to the students, but no feedback at all. So again, it's a matter not about the quantity, but the quality. So therefore, it is suggested to focus on the quality of talk and uses the terms QTT, or quality teacher talk, and QST, quality student talk. Okay, so this is what you have to highlight, that if we would like to make our students productive, therefore we have to build the quality, yeah, the teacher talk as well as the student talk. When I asked you to give instructions, right, previously, this is what often happens to the teachers, that this is very simple problems in giving instructions. Yeah, so I don't want you to think about how you speak fluent English and then how you give a speech, explain this and that. No, let's start from the small thing. Even in giving instructions, you have to be careful with this. Yeah, and simple problems, very simple problems, as we have discussed, that teachers tend to prefer to just use L1, not English. Yeah, for only simple instructions like asking the students understanding, or only probably asking the students to work in groups. Yeah, it's very simple actually, but because you're worried of making the students not understand, therefore you keep using Bahasa Indonesia. But I'm sorry to say that the students will not learn. Okay, the next problem is reading out instructions in the course book rather than getting students to read. The one that has been explained by Ibu Yusnita. Yeah? And then repeating the instructions and not giving the time. Giving instructions that are far too complicated. So this is one of the reasons why your students don't understand, because we keep using complicated words or complicated terms, yeah, in giving instructions. And the last is not giving support by using gestures, written backup, pictures, and many more. Okay. Now, please give me your opinions again. What do you think about these instructions? The first, okay, what I want you to do is just to get into groups and talk together about what you did at the weekend. Give me your opinion for this instruction. What do you think? Is it effective? Is it too complicated? Is it unclear? Or it's okay? Or what? What I want you to do is just to get in and talk together about what you did weekend. Yeah, your opinion, please. Hello? It depends on the level of the students. Okay, thank you, Bu Siska. Not complete instruction, Bu Yusnita, yes. What else? Instruction is clear, yeah, okay. The other? Clear enough. Okay, the last is quite clear. The last, which one is the last? Okay, so I'm talking the first, yeah. Okay, what I want you to do is just to get and about what you did at the way. Some of you think simple and easy to understand, clear enough, yeah. But here I found Ibu Yusnita said that it's not complete instruction. Okay, Bu Yusnita again. How do you consider that this is not complete instruction? Yes, Bu Yusnita, you still here?
Oh yeah, okay, I'm still here.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. I ask you again.
It's okay. So in my opinion, the first instruction is not complete in the way that the teacher didn't give the final purpose of doing the activity. So after making a group and then talk together about what happened in the weekend, and then so what? Should they present the discussion, write the activity on a piece of paper, and then should do that in the classroom, finish that during the class, or submit it the assignment the next week, or yeah, whatsoever. I think that's all. Others they can have any completion. Thank you.
Super excellent, Bu Yusnita. Yeah. So teachers, yes, it seems that, or probably we can see that, oh, it's clear enough. Okay, you ask the students to work in groups, talk together about what they did at the weekend. But yes, I do agree with Ibu Yusnita. You didn't tell, this instruction doesn't tell about, so what's the end? What's the end product? What the students do after that? And then not only that, when they talk together, okay, for let's say lower level students, make sure that you give them guiding questions as well. Guiding questions, what kind of questions that they have to ask their friends, and then whether they have to take notes or not. This is the power of instructions. Do the scaffolding, yeah. Do the scaffolding step by step, yeah. Step by step. You have to make sure that the students do understand what they need to do in the group. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bu Yusnita. The second, Maria, would you mind just coming over here just for a minute? Yeah, just for a minute. Come and sit here. What do you think about this instruction? Is it clear? Hello? Is it clear enough? Maria, okay, too many words. Yes, Miss Evima. Maria, would you, it's clear, but it's a kind of personal business. Yes, Parizal, I do agree. Okay, and then? Clear, but for what? Just sitting, huh? Yes, Mr. Witt, are you agree? I do agree with you. What else? Yes, Bapak Ibu, yeah, probably this is a kind of confusing instruction, yeah. Especially when you ask this student in the class, and then probably the other students will feel confused, and then probably they have questions on their heads. What happened to Maria? What happened to Maria? Only that. Okay, so this is personal, and then probably keep repeating the same words. It's too long, students will feel confused, confusing others and Maria. Yes, okay, correct. The last. Thank you very much. Or too detail, not really detail, actually, yeah. Could you all open your books? Open your books on page 24 and do the first exercise up there on the right. Do you see it there, all right? What do you think about the last? Could you all open your books? Open your books on page 24. Okay. The other opinions? Too long, it's not effective, clear enough, yeah. Too wordy, not fun. It's too traditional to open the book, ya Pak. And then, yeah. Okay, see, teachers have different perspective, yeah. So again, it depends on the level of students. Probably for the higher level students, it's very easy for them to understand this instruction, yeah. But for the lower level one, they probably need to be given scaffolds, okay. But I also do agree that this is too wordy, yeah. Could you all open your books? Open your books, so it's a kind of repetition. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it's fine, but of course, if it depends again on your intention. Yeah, if you would like to introduce the students the sentence or the question of could you all open your books, so you don't need to use another expression then. Okay, all right, thank you very much for your responses.
Okay, Bu Tina,
now
I'm sorry,
how long?
We still have 5 minutes.
All right, okay, I'm going to go faster. So let's talk about changing. Yeah, so if we would like to make our students change, so let's change ourselves. Is changing improving? Let's see here. Yeah. So ask ourselves this question: what changes have we made to make in the way we teach or the things we teach in the last few years? Develop our English skills and components. Yeah. We always have to ask this question because changing is, changing never stops. Yeah. Like here, teachers are the agents of change. Sometimes the changes are positive, while others may well have a negative impact. Yes, so you have to really be wise to choose what kind of changes that to do. Nobody wants things that make the situation worse, but we should all want to embrace ideas that make things better. Therefore, teachers should want to change if it improves what they are doing. They should want to continue to develop English skills and improve their teaching and the opportunities for their students to learn. Again, not only learning, but also have to give the opportunities for the students to also learn. Because I take this from Ibu Ice, I believe that very well. Stop learning, stop teaching. That's from Ibu Ice. So if you stop learning, then better stop teaching. Yeah. From me, stop producing English, stop teaching. Yeah, that's from me. So if you don't want to produce English, then stop teaching English. Yeah, because if teachers don't want to produce English, even only a few %, then what for you teach English? I'm sorry to say this. Yeah. So this is based on the survey that why are teachers reluctant to change? Probably because some of you or many of you have a kind of comfort zone. In bahasa Indonesia, it's called PW, posisi wena. Ya, wena udah ngajarnya begitu, bahasa Inggrisnya udah lawis lah. That's comfort zone. Ya, negative perceptions of new or different things, and then probably, like for example, like you are joining the webinar. I really appreciate that teachers, you give your time to join the webinars or join this workshop, and then hopefully that you can trust us and trust each other that we try to suggest to change. I also remind myself to change. And then the last is probably fear of failure. Yeah, so don't be afraid of your failure. And these are some top tips for the last slides, the top tips to improve productive skills. This is very common, but this is only a kind of reminder. Yeah. First, identify a strong reason why you are learning and teaching English. Yeah. I'm not going to ask you because you are the one who knows the answer. Yeah. What's your reason actually in teaching English? Are you going to just, sorry to say, get money? Or are you going to just fulfill the requirements of being a teacher? Or you would like to make your students productive? Yeah. The second, identify your weaknesses to set goals. Okay. You have written which one that you consider the most difficult skill. So develop more on that weakness. Okay. Spend special time learning and asking someone you consider more capable in English. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't be shy. Yeah, to ask people that are more capable than us. Talk to them in English. Okay. And then next, don't be shy or afraid of making mistakes. Again, always do repetitions. And the last, this is very common tips. Practice, practice, practice. No other stronger ideas or stronger tips instead of practice. Yeah. So practice, how you can make practice, you know how to practice your productive skills. Probably these are some only very simple simple suggestions, yeah, to practice your speaking and writing. Speaking skill, find friends who want to speak English. Listen to podcasts and watch programs in English. During the pandemic, you have 2 years developing your digital competency. You know which technology that are best for you. Attend international seminars and conferences, because you can also learn how to listen to other foreigners in English, and then all language learning apps as much as you can. That's for me the best. Writing skill, read English texts and books as much as you can. Write anything in English as much as you can. And then, of course, explore language learning apps. Okay. Final reminders. Remember that we don't need to study English, but please love English. When we love English, I believe that you put your passion in it, in yourself, so you can explore English more, and not only for you, but also for your students. English is not something to teach, but to use as a part of your life. Use English as your the second or the third language in your life. Yeah, you have our Bahasa Indonesia, you have your Japanese language, I have my Sundanese, and put English as the third language every day. Skills need to be maintained, like riding a motorbike or yeah. Okay, and the last, productive teachers will produce productive students. Okay, Pak Arif, are you? Can you still hear me? Oops, I think I have problems with this. Yeah, okay, all right, because you're frozen. All right, so that's the last slide. Hopefully that we can learn from each other. And I believe that we can explore our English more, and please help our students to learn. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Bu Tina, for your very insightful presentations. Yeah, so it is time for the question and answer. But before that, yeah, I have questions for you, yeah, Bu, based on my experience teaching for the students. Yeah, so I still remember a book, yeah, written by David Rose and Martin, yeah, entitled "Reading to Learn, Learning to Write." Yeah, so meaning that when teachers teaching English skills, one skill cannot be separated from the other skills. Yeah, so I experience about this. Yeah, when I have a class, for example, like listening. So listening cannot be separated from another skill, for example. So, but in most classes, the 4 skills are divided, yeah, separately. Yeah. For example, we have listening, we have speaking, we have reading, and then we have writing. Yeah. So, what do you think about this book? Whether it is possible to combine the 4 skills into main skills, yeah, for example, productive or receptive, or still we can use the 4 skills separated into 4 classes, for example.
Okay, all right, thank you, Pari, for the question. Yes, I do agree with you that we need to of course connect each other. The skills should be connected to each other. But in terms of whether we have to combine all, let's say, in one lesson, or we have to separate, everything needs to, again, I'm going to talk about scaffolding. Okay, so we have to consider about the student's level of ability, the student's interest, and many other factors. Yeah. Okay. And let's say in one lesson, you only teach listening. It's fine. It's fine. For example, like teaching young learners, you can start by only teaching them listening. How about secondary levels? You start by giving them listening activities without asking them to speak. No problem. But if you would like to make the lesson more effective, you can combine listening and speaking together. So it's called spoken language. Not yet the written activities. Okay, the most important thing is how to explore the spoken language first. How if the students cannot produce? It's fine. So the important thing is you have give them stimulus, make them able to listen to something, to English, and then later on they will, of course, they need process to keep what the person or what the people say. And then after that, it comes to the next step that you ask them to speak. Or probably you can start from reading first. Yeah, not for young learners, you have to be careful. For young learners, you cannot start from reading. You have to start from listening and speaking. After that, show them the reading, let's say reading words or phrases or sentences. And after that, paragraphs and text. Yeah. For secondary levels, because probably they have been able to read, so it's okay. After you give the spoken activities, and then go on to the written activities. Show you, or probably after the previous lesson, for example, they have the spoken activities. The next lesson, you show the reading text or probably reading paragraphs, and then start to ask them to speak or probably to write at the end. So I think it's fine if you would like to separate skills. Yeah, it depends on the level of students' ability. Only that, Pak Arif. Hopefully that it answers your question.
Thank you, Bu. Because I have experience, yeah, because now I'm teaching PPG students, and then there are some cases that when they make a lesson plan, the objective is about writing skill, for example, but inside the learning process, there are also kinds of speaking assessment, yeah. So meaning that, yeah, so sometimes this is very problematic, yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
why?
right. Yeah, Pak Arif, yeah, because we cannot force our students to be able to learn all skills, yeah, at a time.
Okay, thank you, Bu.
Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, of course. Okay, Bu Tina, we
Yes,
have
sorry.
questions from
Yes.
F. Mima.
All right.
How about
Excellent.
doing it half and half, spoken cycle and written cycle?
How about doing it half and half, spoken cycle and written cycle? Well, back to our core principle, yeah, of teaching skills, yeah, Bapak Ibu. Remember that we start from listening and then going to speaking and then continue to reading, and the last is writing. Yeah, it's okay if you would like to do it half and a half, but you have to also consider the time. Yeah, the time. You only have, let's say, secondary, the SMP. Yeah, SMP has 80 minutes. Yeah, SMA students, they have to finish in 90 minutes. Yeah, 90 minutes. Please consider about that. And what is it? You also have to go back to your lesson plan, the learning objectives. Yeah, the learning objectives. Because we are not talking, if we design a lesson plan, we talk about the topics, yeah, not really the skills. Okay, not like in curriculum KTSP, ya, Pak Arif, ya. Listening skills, speaking skills, yeah, they separate, right? Now we focus on the topics and then how to build the students' communicative competence. Okay, so the important thing is, first, you have in your lesson plan, you have to really put in details the learning objectives. And talking about the skills, again, it depends on the student's condition and the students and the topics, I mean. So if you would like to do half and half, it's up to you. It's up to you. You can use spoken and written, but back to the basic or the core principles that you have to start from the spoken language. Let the students get the stimulus of listening and speaking, and after that, do the written activities. Like that. Ibu Evima.
Okay, Bu Evima, did Bu Tina answer your question?
Is Ibu Evima is still here?
Yeah. Yeah, smile meaning yes.
Yes. Okay, great.
Okay, now we go to the second, Mr. Witt. It means that we are, as teachers, should reform the way of teaching our students in order to trigger their motivation in improving their English ability. Is that right? We must be productive first to make our students productive later.
Correct. Big right. Yes. We have, before we ask the students to be productive, start from us first. Start from us. I believe that students will be motivated when the teacher can show good examples. Like, I give you one example. I hate maths when I was a student. That's why I'm in the English education now. Yeah, because I hate maths. I always got bad scores of maths. But I remember,
me too.
Oh, we understand, because that's why you are here, right, Farif? We are on the same page. Yeah, but once when I was in senior high school, I think on the first grade of senior high school, I remember the time I had a teacher, a math teacher, and then I don't know why the way she thought at that time, the way she was teaching at that time was quite understandable. She was passionate, and then she tried to give a lot of examples to us. Therefore, so it's not only about, let's say, the patterns or the formula or whatever, in maths, but more on giving a lot of examples based on our real life, okay, based on the context of our real life. And that's, for me, it's quite understandable. Therefore, Alhamdulillah, finally, I usually got less than 6. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for maths. But after, okay, I remember the name is Ibu Sri, Ibu Sri, at that time, you know, when I was joining her class, I got finally 8 for my math. Because of the way she was teaching math. Okay, so we the same as English. If we keep giving them theories, the students theories using Bahasa Indonesia, they don't like theories. What they need is how they can explore language, how they can explore English related to their context of life, their real life. It is called meaningful learning. So theories, yes, theories are there, but theories are enough for only for the university students of English education. For the students of secondary levels, well, more practice, more effective, and more meaningful for the students. That's what I can say. Hopefully it answers Mr. Witt's question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bettina. And then this is the last question.
All right.
From Delara Siti Maulida. Ibu Tina, I would like to ask you questions how to teach grammar for beginner students that is not boring. Because students always feel bored because it's really based on the textbook and analyzing structure of sentence, etc. How to teach grammar that is fun and students understand the material. Thank you.
Okay, good question and hard. Yeah, grammar. Grammar is the heart of English, but grammar can make us sick. Yeah, especially for students. If we analyze our own grammar, do you think that our grammar has been excellent or not? Yeah. I still keep making mistakes because grammar in Bahasa Indonesia and grammar in English is different, of course. In Bahasa Indonesia, we don't have past tense. We don't have future tense. When we say, sekarang kita makan, besok kita makan, kemarin kita makan, tidak diganti kemarin kita makan with ed, atau sekarang kita sedang makaning with ing. Yeah, in English, we have to work hard to change the verbs, with different situations. For students, they will feel bored. They will feel, probably they will feel disappointed of teachers who always teach grammar. Sorry to say that grammar, the trend now, grammar doesn't need to be taught. But grammar is put implicit, it's taught implicitly, but you have to put the grammar, of course, into, again, the real examples, the real context of life. So more examples, more illustrations given to the students instead of teaching them grammar, teaching the patterns or whatever you say it as formula. No need. The trend now is grammar is taught implicitly, but at the end, when your students have, let's say, grammatical errors, it's still teachers' responsibility to correct their grammar. Don't let them have grammatical errors. Still your responsibility to tell them which one is correct, which one is incorrect. But at the end, not at the beginning, not in the middle, at the end. Okay, Miss Delarasiti Maulida, that's what I can answer.
Okay, thank you, Bu Tina. So I think that's all for today because the time is up. And then for the audience, if you have still questions, you can text Bu Tina and ask questions. Yeah. And then thank you very much, Bu Tina, for your insightful presentations. Yeah, and for the audience, thank you very much for being wonderful participant during this lesson. Thank you very much. And then Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you next time.
Thank you, Pak Arif. Thank you, Bapak Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif, for moderating the second session, and thank you as well to Bu Tina for wonderful, exciting, illuminating, fabulous material presented to all of us here. I can see from here that all the participants of today's workshop are still excited joining the session up to this time. So now we come to the third session, the last sessions of today's workshop, with Bapak Christian Pugu Sulistyo as the presenter. And as it is spelled out by Pak Pugu earlier, that Pak Pugu will present something which is a kind of a wrap-up for today's material. I'm sure that all the participants cannot wait to listen to Pak Pugu atau Pak Aan ya. Pak Aan was that presentation. So it will be like a paramount for today's material. But before that, before I give the screen to Pak Pugu, allow me to read his curriculum vitae. Okay, so Bapak Christian Pugu Sulistyo graduated from STBA LIA Jakarta, majoring in English education. That is for the formal education, but he also joined some non-formal trainings, such as the IPLS the Trainer Professional Development Program in 2019, and then in 2018 he joined Pearson Master Training Indonesia, and in 2012 he got the Cambridge ESOL certificate in teaching English to speaker of other languages, or CELTA. Okay, wonderful. And then in 2005 she started to become the English teacher. He got the English teacher training in Yayasan LIA. Pak Christian Pugu had a very tremendous work experience as the teacher training, this one is the education manager, Pearson Indonesia, and then the Pearson teacher trainer, and also the school manager of TBI, the British Institute BSD. So anyone in BSD who wants to join or take IELTS, maybe will be Pak Christian Pugu there. So without further ado, I don't want to take much of the time to to read Pak Puguh CV. It's time for Pak Puguh to present his. I guess it will be a very exciting and illuminating material for us. So for Pak Christian Puguh, you have 45 until 50 minutes for delivering your materials. After that, we have a kind of interactive question and answer session after that. Okay, the screen is yours, Pak Puguh.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Yusnita. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. Good afternoon. And I'm the last presenter, so I hope that the participants they still have the energy for me. Yeah. Okay, so there are some rules in my sessions because we're gonna do a workshop. So I'm gonna share a link that we're gonna use along the presentations, yeah, along the workshop. Okay. So I'm going to stop in one stage and then you're going to do it and then go to the next stage. And then again, you're going to add something there. Okay. So at the end of the workshop, you can already have the backbone of things that you can do to improve your English. Okay. But before we start, okay, can you think of one positive word? Okay, think of one positive word. Okay, and now type the positive word in the chat box, please. Transform, great. Okay, so are you a bumblebee or Optimus Prime, Pak Harsan Malaka? Chains, awesome. Okay, spirit, fabulous, great, kind, study, excellent. A lot of things, yeah. Okay, now if you change if you take a look at the participants, okay, you can choose the participants, and then I want you to choose one of them. Okay, I want you to choose one of them. It could be a random person. It could be a random person, someone that you don't know. Okay. It could be someone that you know already, up to you. Okay, and after that, when I clap my hands, okay, I'm gonna count 1, 2, 3, clap your hands, clap my hands. You're gonna greet your friend with the list of positive words that we have in the chat box. For example, I'm gonna choose be diligent, and then I greet Tina. Tina, make sure that you be diligent, please. You are diligent, not be diligent. Yeah, you are diligent, Tina. Okay, so you share with your friends, Okay, everybody, I'm gonna ask you to unmute yourself. Okay, and then in 1, 2, 3, I clap my hands. Everybody at the same time, you're gonna tell your new friend or your friend the positive word. Okay, so one more time. Okay, we have already a list of positive words in the chat box. Choose one of them. You can choose your own, you can choose somebody else. Okay, and then the second one, look at the screen. Maybe you can see your friend somewhere there, or someone next to your screen. Okay, or from the participant list. Okay. And then the third one, when I clap my hands, you need to unmute yourself and then tell to your new friend or friend the positive words. Okay, ready? Give me your thumb if you're ready. Give me your thumb if you're ready. Okay, so I'm gonna check first. Bu Alif, what's the first thing that you need to do, Bu Alif?
Unmute.
Before you unmute, what do you need to choose?
Read the words in the chat.
Choose the positive word in the chat.
Yep,
choose one of them. And then the second one, what do we need to do?
Greet your friends. Greet one of the participants.
Choose one of your friends. And then the third one?
Use the word to create sentence.
Greet your friends with the positive word. Okay. Bu Alif, you're awesome, because I saw awesome there. Okay. Or Bu Yusnita, I love you. Okay, for example. Okay. So again, I'm gonna just count 1, 2, 3. Everybody unmute yourself, and at the same time tell your friends the positive word. Okay. Now, can everybody unmute the mic?
Yes.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go.
Iron,
Ali, hi. You deserve to be loved.
Religion, Amin Wibowo.
Ready to make
Religion.
some changes.
Only him, you are learning.
Thank you. Baby, let's learn together.
Okay, thank you. Now, unmute. Sorry, mute everybody. Mute. Okay, mute first. Okay. Now, how do you feel after doing it? You can raise your hand. You can raise your hand and tell me.
Okay,
How do you feel?
first.
Happy. Okay, Agustini. How do you feel, Agustini? Agustina, sorry. Agustina.
Yes, sir. I feel happy because I can give positive word and positive comments to my friends.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you feel happy even though you cannot hear what your friends say. It's like, okay, but the emotion is contagious, yeah. Okay, because all the positive word, and then you tell the positive word, and then the emotion is also positive. Okay, and that's the spirit of the last session. Okay, so we're gonna do a lot of things. But the atmosphere of the activity is a positive thing. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna share screen. I'm gonna show you what we need to do first. Okay, along the way, and then I'm gonna go step by step to the slides. Yeah. Wait. Let me share screen. Okay. Sorry. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what's the title?
Better and better.
Better and better. Okay. So we are here now to because we want to be a better and better teachers. Okay. So it's my name here. Okay. So later on, what I want you to do, just add sections and type your name. Okay. So we're gonna have a list of teachers' name here. Yeah. And after you add your name, you have the plus symbol here. Click once, and then you need to add something. Okay. You need to type something. You can put pictures. You can record your voice, up to you. Okay. But the thing that you need to do is based on what my instruction is. Okay. So we are here now to because we want to be a better and better teachers. Okay. Okay. So it's my name here. Okay. Yeah. So again, after you type, you put your ideas there, you put your feeling there, and then just go publish. Okay. You go publish, and for the next step, I'm gonna ask you to add another one. Okay, and then you type again. Okay, that's what we need to do. Now, I'm gonna share the link in the chat box. So your first task, can you add your names in the Padlet? Take a look at the link in the chat box, click that one, and then add your name in the Padlet. Okay. I'm gonna see. We have Upik. Okay. Oh, Upik, you need to add sections. Hidayatul, you need to add sections, not in the +1.
We cannot find that.
Oh, you cannot find that one. Okay, no problem. Yeah, you can do that one. You can just put plus then. Okay, Isti. Okay, Dewi, Lestari. Okay, thank you. So good. So we have a lot. Good. Okay. So we're gonna work on that one later on. Yeah, we're gonna work on that one later on. Okay. Now let's have a game. Okay, let's have a game. I'm gonna show you a picture, and then can you guess what the picture is? Okay. Again, you can type in the chat box. What do you think the picture is? Okay. Let me open it first. Okay. Can you see it?
Not yet, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you guess what picture do you think it is? Cell phone, lion. Okay, how come it can't lion? Okay, tablet. Okay, laptop. It's a frame, mirror, door, a part
Mirror.
of. Okay, mirror. Okay, I'm gonna just make it smaller. Okay, notebook. Okay, so what's that? Mirror. Okay. Mirror. Okay. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, mirror.
Yes, people in front of the mirror. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, people in front of the mirror, because my presentation's title is, wait. Yeah. Yeah, that's the picture. And my presentation title is The Teacher in the Mirror. So you can raise your hand. What do you think we are going to discuss based on the title? Agustina. Oh, okay. Again, Agustina, please.
Yes, sir. I think we are going to reflect what we have today, because the teacher in the mirror, it means that we do reflection. We reflect ourselves like that.
Okay. Okay. Maybe let's keep that one. Okay. Amin, please do. You can.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the chance. I think the teacher likes in the pond. The teacher likes in the pond, so the student can see all the teachers. Thank you, sir.
Oh, so you can see all the teachers. Okay. Upik, please do.
Okay, I just want to see what is my asset that can produce to the student to be productive.
What your assets so you can make your students more productive. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna keep that one first, and then let's see whether what your guess are correct or not. Okay. So yeah. My name is Christian Pugu Sulistyo. You can call me Aan, and at the moment I'm a solution consultant for Pearson Indonesia and Malaysia. Okay. Now you've been with Bu Yvonne and Butina, right? Let's try to recall. Okay, you can put in the chat box, or you can raise your hand and share. What have you learned so far with from those sharing sessions or the workshop sessions? Okay, you can put in the chat box. You can role model Nur Khalifa. Okay, reflex, yes. Okay, or you can raise your hand. What have you learned so far? What kind of interesting things you can get from the previous sharing or workshop? Type in the chat box, or you can just raise your hand and then share your opinion. Integrated materials from Bu Yvonne. Excellent. Yes, teacher is model, provider, and assessor. Okay, motivations. Okay, intensive listening, be more productive teaching. Okay. Yes, Pak Amin, you can share what you have in your mind.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think the teacher is the highlights, spotlight in the class. So the student will be get the example of all things about the teacher, such as attitude, knowledge, skill, etc. So thank you.
Okay, the spotlight. Okay, so but the center of of everything, is it the teacher or the students?
Actually, the students, sir, but the students need a model before they become spotlight to such as the teachers, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So the students are still the center of the interest. Yeah. Okay. Improving our English is a must. As an English teacher, the main objective to make students produce the language. Good. Okay. Listening and how to be and how to make productive. We have a lot of sources of teaching media and be good role model. Yeah. So you've got a lot of things so far. Okay. You've got a lot of things so far. And my turn now to make you execute all those things. Okay. So we're going to do step-by-step activities. Okay. And then we're going to set objective together and then you try to execute at the end. Yeah. Okay. Now, hopefully, starting from after these sessions, after this wonderful workshop, thank you, Unes and Teflin Jateng. It can only get better. For who? Not only for the teachers, but also for the students. Yeah. Okay. Now let's put all those things, okay, start from the belief. Why? Okay, what the reasons? So we need to know the reasons why we need to always get better, and better. We need to know what we need, why we need to learn English, why we need to improve our English. Okay, I'm gonna play a video. So last week, I got opportunity to visit Kupang and Maumere, and I visited one of the schools, and then I did a demo teaching there. Okay, now what kind of energy you can get from the video? Okay, again, I'm going to show you a short clip of video. I took it there. I talked to the students. And then what kind of energy we can get from the video, ya?
Ini siapa? Kelas 5. Ini kan kelas berapa? Kelas 6. Oh. Kalau gede mau jadi apa? Jadi apa? Dokter. Oh, dokter. Mau jadi apa? Nggak tahu. Kalau kamu siapa namanya? Clarissa. Pengen jadi apa gede? Dokter semua nih. Mau jadi apa? Polisi. Oke, ini mau jadi apa? Hah? Badut? Guru. Oh, guru. Oke. Kalau ini siapa namanya? Hah? Andini. Andini mau jadi apa? Guru juga. Guru apa? Guru apa aja? Kalau ini guru apa? Guru olahraga. Kenapa?
Okay. So what kind of energy you can get from the video? You can raise your hand. You can type in the chat box. What kind of energy you get from the video? Belief. What kind of belief, Opik? What do you mean with belief here?
Okay, as a student, they believe that they have goals and that they try to achieve that goals.
Goals. Puspa mentioned about dream, right? Yes, our students, they have their own dream. And then it's our job, okay, to make those dreams come true. It's our job to help them to reach the dream. Okay. And then one of the way is by giving them skills in using English, not knowledge, but skills. Okay. Why knowledge? Why skills? Why not knowledge?
Because the Google is provided the knowledge.
Exactly, Pak Budi. Yes, they don't need you. Okay, they can Google it, simple present tense, and everything is there. Okay, they don't need you for those kind of things. What you need to equip them is the skills. Okay, what are the skills? Bu Yvonne mentioned about the listening, okay, receptive. Bu Tina mentioned about the writing, the production one, the speaking. Those are the skills that they need to have, not the knowledge. Okay, so that's the belief that we need to set first. We believe our job. Okay, we believe that our job as educators, as teachers, to help our future generations to reach the dream. Okay, the teachers are the source of other professions. Agree? Okay, so they want to be doctor, they want to be a lecturer, they want to be teachers, soldier, police. We create those kind of things. So we have a very big responsibilities, and that's the reasons why, again, we need to start from the belief what we need to prepare after that. Why do we need to improve ourselves? Okay, set that one as the foundations. Our kids, our future generations need us to improve the skills. Okay, now the second one.
Ini siapa?
Oops. Okay. What's that? Yesterday I met some teachers. I had talked about it. So what is that? Anyone notice?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is capaian pembelajaran, sir.
Yep. Capaian pembelajaran from Kurikulum Merdeka, right?
Right.
Okay, and then what's the target of our Kurikulum Merdeka for our students?
6 skills.
B1.
B1. Yes.
Seriously, B1 for high school?
Yes, for high school. 6 skills, B1. Okay, and that also become questions. How about us? Our proficiency already B1 or not? If we are still lower than B1, how can we bring our students go to B1? And that's another reasons why we need to get better, better, and better. Okay, because it's not only it is mandated by the government. We need to bring our students to B1 level minimum when they graduate from senior high school. But before we bring them there, ask yourself where we are. My questions, okay? Do you think you already B1 or not? Yes, no, not sure. Okay, yes, Bu Alif, oh, full confidence. Yes, Taufik, good. Okay. The teachers are not even familiar with CFR. Very true. Okay, last month I went to Samarinda and Balikpapan. I met 250 teachers. They don't know what CFR is. They don't know what B1 is. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mister, that
Yes.
I know of. I kind of compare our curriculum. I mean, in my school we use Kemana curriculum. It's still like KTSP or curriculum 13. So we don't use this yet. But as far as I know, that MA is like A2 before B1. So if we use this, we need to make sure that student in B1, minimum B1, when they graduate high school.
Yes. The newest capaian pembelajaran from the government is we want to bring our students to B1 level. Why B1? Because B1 is more or less in pre-intermediate to intermediate level, so they can produce language already. And why CFR? Because it's international standard. So we don't have any more Ungaran standard or Semarang standard or whatever standard of English. We are using international standard. Why? Because we want them to be able to compete with the others. Okay. Now, I totally confident say C1 to lower C2. Wonderful. Okay. But that's what we need to check. That's what we need to check you first. Okay. Where are you now? Why? Because by knowing our level, and then we can set our objective. Where do we want to go later on? And then what kind of activities from what Bu Yvonne share or what Bu Tina shared before that we can use to improve our English. Okay, so we need to know where we are. The question is, I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, and then start, check yourself. There are some online tests. You can do it. Some of them free, some of them paid. Okay, of course, plus minus. Those are the example of. I'm going to give you the link later on. Those are the examples on how you check your level. Okay, do that one and then check. Is it already in B1, C1, or maybe already C2? Okay, why? Because we need that one to set the objective at the end of the day. Okay, now I'm going to come back to the Padlet. Okay, can you add in your you can add here, where do you think your level is? Okay, where do you think your level is? Is it a B1, B2, in your opinion? Okay, if you're not really sure, you can check it later on, but again, I want you to check. I want you to test yourself in which level are you now. Okay, so here you can add more. So like this one for me, my level, I think I still need to improve my English. Last time I checked, my proficiency was B2, for example. Okay, now can you type in the in your part? Okay, you can edit that one, and you can add the descriptions of your level first. Not TOEFL PBT is just measure receptive skills. Okay, how can we measure it by TOEFL score, sir? What range? Excellent. Okay, we can have the score converter. I'm gonna share the link in later on. So let's say your TOEFL PBT is 550. Okay, and then you convert it in TOEFL IBT. And then in TOEFL IBT, let's say 550 for TOEFL IBT, it is more or less like 70 something. And then when it goes to CFR, it becomes like B2, for example. I'm going to share you the the score converter tools. Okay, but I want you to realize first. Okay, so in the beginning, we set the belief why we want to improve our English. After we believe those kind of things, we believe that we need to improve, and then check yourself where you are at the moment. Okay, are you in A1, A2, B1, whatever it is? What kind of test do you want to use? Up to you. You want to use TOEFL, BBT? Okay. Okay, you want to use level test? No problem. You can use. I'm gonna share the link later on. Those are some of them are free online tests. Use it. Okay, at least you know where you are in the beginning. Okay, now after that, what do you think the next, after you have this one, what do you think the next one? Oh, I know my level already in B1, or I know I'm still in A1 or A2 or whatever it is. What do you think the next step that we can do? After you know the level, what do you need to do? Improve it. Okay. How can we improve it? Okay, how can we improve it? So look at the wealth of resources that you have. Okay, you know that I need to improve, and then look at the options that we can explore. Bu Yvonne and Bu Tina already mentioned some of them. Okay, even do you remember the video Bu Yvonne showed in the morning? What was the resources of the learning process of the BTS member? Do you still remember? Yes. Movies, right? Friends. Okay. Watch in a subtitle and in Korea, and then watch the subtitle. You watch and read the subtitle in English, and then the last one, no subtitle. Can we do that one? List of the thing. Oh, I have Netflix, I have video, I have a lot of things. Okay, and then you can list those kind of things first. Beside video, what else that we can have for the resources? Can you put in the chat box? In your opinion, podcasts. Okay, very good. Books, excellent. Yes, radio. Okay. Anything else? Only 3? Songs. Okay. Oh, yes. Afinma, thank you. Resources, website resources, TV show. Excellent. Instagram, Facebook. Yeah. Social media. Article. Native speakers, if you are lucky. Okay. If you're not lucky, you can talk to a native Javanese speaker like me. Okay. Okay, but nobody mentioned one important thing. Okay, I've got all of them. Yes, Pak Amin. Yeah, you can listen to the song, podcast. Okay, you can have a website. Okay, there are a lot of websites that provide you with free materials. You can have apps. Elsa, Duolingo, Monly, okay? Books, right? There are some free book resources. Okay, I'm gonna share all the link later on that you can do. Okay, you can practice. Okay, but the most important one is what Pak Amin mentioned. Community. There are 184 teachers coming here today. Can you share each other? Can you practice with your friends, with 184 friends, new friends? Yes. Okay, and then let's start using that one as your asset. Okay, so because from your friends, you know, oh, like what Efima mentioned, oh, islcollective.com, liveworksheet.com, you know it from your friends, and you can try it. Okay, so teachers, when you want to improve yourself, you are not alone. You have friends now. Okay. Quizzes. Yeah, if you want to have a formative assessment, you want to have a summative assessment, you can do that one. Okay. But again, the context of 2 days is basically what can we do to improve ourselves as teachers. Exactly, Efima. Taflin Jateng group. Yay. Okay. Of course, why not? Okay. Now, in the Padlet, can you list the resources that you can access? Can you access the podcast? Excellent. Can you access the community? Wonderful. Do you have the access to the video? Of course. Okay. Do you have the access to the song? A lot. So there are no reasons that we cannot get the exposure to the language, because you have a lot of things. Okay. So in the beginning, what we need to do? Set the belief why we need to improve ourselves. After that, check your level. Where are you? After you know the level, see the resources, list the resources that you have. Okay. And then when you list the resources, don't forget. Start from the asset you have. Don't complain. Pak Aan, we don't have the podcast. Pak Aan, we don't have the video. Pak Aan, we don't have. Start with your asset. Okay. Look at what you've got. So we need to use the asset-based thinking. Okay, not deficit-based thinking. Why? Because again, we want to start something with the positive. Okay, let's say my friends from Konawe, for example, Pak Aan, we don't have the internet connection is not really good. Look at your assets. What do you have there? Okay, and then strengthen the asset so you can still learn something. Okay, now, can you give example of the assets you have? Can you put in the chat box, or you can say, you can raise your hand. What kind of assets do you have? Start to think about the assets. I mean, yes.
Yes, sir. I had joined as a Google Master Trainer. For example, we study or learn, we get the training of many kinds of Google product, Google Site, Google Slide, Google Form, and other products, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So your asset is the access to get the training. That's your asset part, right? And then you try to maximize it when you teach. Okay. What else? What kind of assets do you have? What kind of internet connections? Excellent. Okay. That will be your asset as well. Environment. Okay, Rahmi, what do you mean with environment?
Yeah, the environment means the place or the situation that the students live. So when the students live in the English environment, so I do believe that they will be able to use English better. That's the meaning of the environment that I've got from
Okay.
qualitative inquiry. Okay.
Yes, yes, the environment that you can create, or maybe you have the environment surrounding you to help, right? The community like us now, Teflin Jateng, that's the environment. Library. Okay, Puspa, can you elaborate more there? Library, what do you mean with library?
I mean, we have school library. We have books. We connect with internet, so the student can access the internet.
Yeah.
And others sources of book.
Yep. Okay. Library. But again, start from yourself first. Yeah. Okay. Not not the students. Okay. If you ask the students go to the library and read, do you do that one or not? Okay. Come on, class, go to the library and read, and you never go there, and then you don't model it. Okay, so the asset is something that that you have around you, and you maximize that one to help you improving your English. Indriana, time and love. Whoa. Okay, what do you mean, Indriana? Time and love.
Thank you, sir. I mean that I have time. I have enough time to access to everything to upgrade my knowledge, and I have love to teach.
Okay, you're patient to teach. That's asset. Very good. And then the time to access and learn. That's also asset. Okay. Nah, Israwati, river. What do you mean with river, Israwati?
Ada nggak Bu pesan mungkin yang ingin disampaikan ya kepada khususnya orang tua?
Wait. Yeah, hi.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe your internet connection is not really. Okay, no problem. Upi. What do you mean, Upi? Network professional community?
Yeah, okay. Well, memiliki network professional community itu sangat sebagai aset bagi saya untuk belajar ya. I really need that one to learn, and then because I can learn a lot from others, and then upgrade about teaching, about pedagogic, social, and professional. Thank you.
Yeah, and Dewi, interesting. Students, what do you mean with students here?
Okay. I have some students who are good in English, and we are collaborating in one group. And sometimes in 2 weeks, or once in 2 weeks, we watch movie, and then we try to discuss what movie, what is the content of the movie, and then even sometimes we are going to somewhere, sometimes in our favorite place, it's a cafe, and then we talk about a random topic that is happening in our school. So I love sharing with them because in my school I don't have community with my English teacher. So even in my school we speak Indonesian most. So I prefer having chat with my students.
Okay. Yeah, great. So again, it's good because you don't see from the deficit. Oh, I don't have the teachers community at school, but you start with the asset. You have student as your asset, and then you practice English with them together. That's what we call asset-based thinking. So don't start with something that you don't have. Oh, I don't have that one. I don't have this one, and so on. Because when you start with those kind of things, and then you stop learning because you feel that, oh, it's difficult to improve ourselves. No. Okay. Even the patience that you have, like Rizal mentioned, the spirit that you have, that like Redna mentioned in the chat box, those are the assets that we need to, again, to nurture and to make it even bigger. Okay, while doing, because again, when you have the patience, when you have the spirit, you will do anything to make your students better. Okay, so again, never start from the deficit-based thinking. Okay, you have a lot of things around you that you almost never, maybe you don't really consider it. You take it for granted. But that's actually the asset that you can nurture and build. Imagine if you have the students, let's say only 3 students starting active using the language and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's asset. Okay, so what I want to put here is, there is no reasons not to develop ourselves, because you have all the assets you have. Okay, and every regions, every schools, every provinces, they have different assets. What we need to do is to be more sensitive to what assets we have. Okay, now after we realize, okay, I believe I need to improve because I want to help the students get the dream, the belief. Oh, now, oh my God, my English is still here. I don't think that I'm comfortable when I talk in English all the time, whatever it is. Okay, and then you try to brainstorm, list down all the possibilities, the resources that you can have. Okay, and then start with the asset-based thinking. What can we do? So what's the next one? The next one that you need to do, what's that? Set the goals, execute it. Right? You need to execute it. SMART, S from? What's the meaning of S? What it stands for?
Story.
Story or story? Sorry.
Story, sir.
Oh, story. No. What else? When we want to achieve something.
Specific.
Sorry? Specific. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Specific. So when we want to achieve something, okay, we want to be better English teacher. We want to, I want to improve my speaking. I want to improve my listening skills. And then we need to set objective. Otherwise, we won't be able to measure it. Okay, so we need to set the objective. What's the objective? The first one is specific. What's your goal? Okay, how about M?
Measurable.
Measures.
You can measure it. How can you consider your objective reach? It's successful or not? What can we do that? How can you measure it? Attainable. It is achievable, not something beyond your knowledge, beyond your power. No, but something that you can achieve. Oh, for example, I want to be able to speak English fluently in 1 day. Attainable or not?
Yes, sir.
Depends.
Depends on what level, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I say my name's Aan, of course 1 day is enough.
Yeah.
But that will be A1 or A1 lower than A1. Remember, our target is higher than B1. Okay. What is R? Relevant. Is it relevant to your career, to your professions? Okay. Oh, I want to lose my weight in 10 days. Relevant to your career? Okay. And time. Why do we need to have the time? To make us disciplined. Okay, you've got the target. And then take a look at the example of take a look at the example of the goals that I created. Is it already SMART? Yes or no? During the next few weeks, I will spend at most 10 minutes every morning to read level 1 stories from literacycloud.org. It's a free website to read stories, okay? And they have level 1 until level 6, okay? Because I think my English is not good, I go with level 1 first to get more exposure to English. And after that, I summarize the stories I have read. So is it already SMART in your opinion?
Inshallah, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Is it specific?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Yeah. What kind of skills I want to improve?
Speaking, reading.
Okay. Is it measurable? How can we measure it?
Read a lot of story, sir.
You read level 1, right? You read level 1. If you can summarize it, means you can. It means you understand level 1 story, right? You can measure from that one. Is it attainable, achievable? Only 10 minutes.
Yes.
I don't ask you to read the whole book in in 1 day, no, right? Only 10 minutes every day. Do you think it's achievable?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is realistic to your profession?
It is.
Yes.
Do we have the time base?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And now you start to make your goals. Okay. Why do we need to have the goals? Because again, we need to see the progress. If we don't set the goals, what happened? We just need to do it again. We just need we just do something something that is just regular things. You don't set the target. Okay. Now, I want you to try to create a SMART goal for yourself. Look at yourself. What kind of skills do you think that you need to improve? What resources that you can use? Remember the asset that you have, okay? And then try to make your goals. Okay, I give you 3 minutes. Try to set the SMART goals for yourself individually. And then I'm gonna ask you to share. Okay, I'll give you time. What's your goal? You can also put in the Padlet, yeah? You can also put in the Padlet. Reading, yeah. My goal is reading. How about your goal? What are your goals? Okay, let's say Harsan, better pronunciation. Let's use Harsan's goal as a case study, Harsan. Okay, so again, remember we need to have a SMART, specific, measurable, right? Okay, and then attainable or achievable, realistic, and time bound. Okay, so when Hassan say better pronunciation, SMART, which one is that? Is it specific? Yes, but do we have the time? Do we have the measurable? Not yet. So how can we make it better as a SMART goal? Okay, Efima, better at teaching grammar. Okay, good. But again, is it SMART? Nah. Susmi, I like to improve my speaking. Excellent. But again, is that SMART? Remember, you must have 5 elements to make it into SMART goal. So, Harsan, when you want to improve your pronunciations, what activity do you plan to do?
Mostly watching BBC TV series.
Okay, wait, watching
TV series from BBC.
TV series, okay. And then how long do you spend that one, or how regular do you want to do that one?
1 or 2 hours a day.
A day? You have a lot of time, man.
Well, that's how a single man does. I mean,
yeah, it's okay. Because again, maybe the time is your asset, so you can spend 1-2 hours,
yeah, of course.
Right?
Of course, yeah, of course.
For me, 1-2 hours, that's a long time. Okay, but no problem. If you're again, because you think that you have time as your asset, and then you can use 1 or 2 hours. Okay, do you want to do it every day or twice a week, 3 times a week, every week? Which one?
I'd prefer 3 times a week, I guess.
3 times a week. So we already have time, right? And then how can you make sure after watching that one, you will improve your pronunciations? How will you measure it?
Yeah, that's pretty hard to do, actually. I think it would be like when I don't really know some pronunciation of the words, I by watching the series, I get to know how to pronounce some words that I don't really know how to do it before. When I can finally pronounce it well, I think it is a sign of improvement.
Okay, so again, we need the tools, right? We need
that's
to measure. Okay, so
Yeah,
for example, so let's say you found difficult pronunciations, difficult word to pronounce. Okay, when you watch the video or the series, and then you record your own pronunciations using your mobile phone, and then to compare it with the series. Can we do that one?
Yes, I think we can. I mean, it can be done.
Okay, because or you can have, like, for example, one statement or one line in the series, and then you try to record by yourself. You compare the line, the TV series, and your recording. Are they almost the same or not? Can we do that one?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So you need to put that one into your SMART goals.
Oh, yeah.
So you cannot say better pronunciations, but I want to improve my pronunciations by, by what? By comparing the line that I heard from the TV series with the recording that I have, okay, and then the durations, okay, 3 times a week or whatever times you have, okay. Now take a look at Agustina, smart girl in the chat box. Do you think it's already smart or not? I'm going to improve my listening skills. 5 minutes for listening to the news from English radio or other resources like songs. Already smart? How will you measure it, Agustina?
I don't. I just that's come up in my mind because I have a lackness in listening skills, and then I need to improve my listening skills by listen to the song or another resources like what Bu Yvonne said before, that I'm really interested in many resources that she gave me this day. So I try to probably this is my goal now. So there are many resources of listening that I just known this day. So I think I will try it starting from now.
Yeah.
To spend my time.
Yeah, excellent. Upik, do you want to say something? Do you want to comment on Agustina, for example, or from others?
Oh yeah, that's a good point, I think, because when we know about the asset and then you really do with like the setting the goals and then try to achieve that, I'm sure that your goal will be achieved soon. Good luck.
Yeah, okay. But again, you need to measure it, right? Okay, how can you measure that after doing 10 or 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes listening, you improve your listening skills? How will you measure it?
Probably I will test myself. I mean, I will write notes or by writing notes whether I can grab the points or information from that resources or not, like that, sir.
Okay. Do you focus on a specific things, or do you focus on what the message you can get from the listening?
First, of course, related to the message, what kind of information that I can grab from that news, and from the song, probably I can grab the meaning of the song, probably.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know what? When you mention about what do you call the watching series, listening to podcasts, or any kind of activities involving the receptive skills, you do a subconscious learning.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's very important. Why? Because again, you don't need to come to the class, but because you listen, I am, and then it's here directly, right? Okay, it doesn't take a genius to know that it is I am, because you listen, you read it all the time. Okay, and that's the reasons why. Have you got any experience when you do a test and then you believe the answer is A, but you never know, you don't know why? Have you got that feeling?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes. It's not because you are lucky. Okay, because you already did a subconscious learning. Okay, you got it from where? From somewhere, and then it stick there. Exactly. Yes, Bu Arni. Okay, when you read again and again and again, you build the sense of sentence structure, right? Makanya seringkali kayaknya nggak enak ini kalimatnya gitu ya.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay. Why? Because you got the exposure to the language, so subconsciously you got the sentence structure there without even you notice it. Okay, the reasons why I ask you to think about the measurement, because when you measure it, it goes to the production. Okay, how can you measure that you know the reading text? How can you measure that you understand the reading text? How can you know that you got the message from the podcast or any kind of things? Okay, and then the measurement is the productions. Oh, I can tell. Oh, yesterday I watched the podcast about this one, and do you know, it's interesting that 60% of people in the world are visuals. I got it from TED Talk. Yesterday, I went to Semarang, and then during the trip to home, I watched TED Talk, and then apparently 60% of people in the world, they are visuals. Okay, 35%. Oh, sorry. 30% they are auditory, 20% kinesthetic.
Excuse me, Pak Aan.
Yes.
5 minutes left, please.
Oh, okay. 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 So again, when you get the exposure, it's not only you learn the language, but you build your knowledge. Okay. You build your knowledge. And after you do that one, after you set the goals, you try to consistently, okay, doing it. The last one that you need to do is this one. Nah. What is that? Taxonomy of reflection. Okay. It's not only Bloom taxonomy, higher order thinking skills. Nah. But we also have taxonomy of reflection. Okay.
This is the first time I heard it, sir. Taxonomy of reflection, because it's usually it becomes a Bloom taxonomy, right?
Yeah. Okay. And then the same, right? You have lower order thinking skills, remembering, understanding, applying, and higher order thinking skills. And then the same things, when you do the reflections, what did I do? Okay. You try to remember what you did from the goals that you already created. Okay. What was important when I did that one? Where could I use this again? Oh, with this activity, I can also apply it for my students, for example. I can adapt it for my students. Do I see any patterns in what I did? Oh my God, I thought listening 5 minutes before I slept gonna be efficient. Apparently, no. Okay. How well did I do? Okay, until what should I do next? And then you create the next SMART goals. Okay, so that's the reasons why I say the title, The Teacher is in the Mirror. Why? Because all the activity that we do is basically based on our reflection. And it goes not only for the proficiency's sake. Oh, my English is not really good, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but it also goes to your teaching. Have you ever asked yourself after you spend 45 minutes or 2 JP, 90 minutes in your class, what did I do in my class? Did I create something meaningful for my students or not? What did my students like? What kind of activities they didn't really interested? They weren't really interested in. Until the end, what should I do next if I need to teach the same things to my class? reflection. Because reflections is, again, the activity to know your asset. Okay, remember, previously I talked about asset-based thinking. You yourself as teachers, you already have asset, but you will never know until you do the reflection. Okay, because the asset that you have, you can always use that one for your students. Look at me. What's my asset? What do you think my asset is? It's not only my English, my hair, also my asset. Seriously, I'm teaching kindergarten and primary schools, primary students, and then when I tell stories, I can be different character because of my hair. It's my asset.
Yes, the giant, sir.
Okay, so again, never think of, I don't have this one, I don't have that one, I don't have this one. No. Tao Ming Sir, oh my God, Tao Ming Sir. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The spirit that we built since this morning is basically to look at your asset is, and then do the reflections. Andre Taulani. And it's getting more and more. Okay. Somebody say, I look like PU, for example. Okay. 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 Since this morning, we talk about things that we need to do to improve ourselves. Okay. But remember, you can always do that one after you do the reflections. You ask yourself, you look deep inside you, and then what are you going to do with that one?
Okay. Time is up, I think, Pak
Yeah,
Aan.
thank you. Time is up. Okay. Okay. And the closing statement is the hair. Yeah. Okay. Calming, sir. Okay. Yes, Bu. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give applause to Pak Aan for the very wonderful presentation. Thank you, Pak Aan or Pak Christian Pugu. Okay, so it's been like 12:42, so Pak Aan seems extend the time for presentation. But yes, I also myself enjoyed the presentation, so I don't have that kind of gut to cut the presentation by Pak Aan. But it seems that we should end this workshop very soon, Pak Aan and dear participants. Somehow, I think I can open one question. I mean, we can accept one question from the participants to Pak Aan. Before we close this workshop. Yes, please.
Upi, yes.
I think Bu Upi. Okay. Bu Upi, raise hand, Pak Christian. Okay, Bu Upi, please.
Okay, thank you. I just would like to ask you, maybe this is not only for me, okay, but we can energize other teachers to be realize what is they have an asset, okay. My question is how to dig up the awareness to knowing the asset. Thank you.
How to dig awareness to know the asset. Okay. The answer is reflection. And that's the reasons why in my class, even for example, when you teach any levels in your class, okay, senior high school, junior high school, primary students, or even kindergarten students, you can always start to ask questions to them to reflect. Why? Again, we need to start making them aware to something that they do by simply asking, how do you feel after the lessons? They try to look at themselves. Oh, okay, I feel bored. If you ask your primary students, they will come up with that kind of statements. Believe me. Okay, but that will be your very honest feedback. Okay, and that's what we need, honest feedback. So, okay, so how can, and then after we, how do you feel? Oh, I feel bored. It's not fun. Okay, and then we can have a dialogue. How can we make it better? Do you have any ideas? And then they come up with, oh, can we do that one? Can we do this one? Deal. Next meeting, let's try to choose one of them. Why? We want them to have the ownership of the learning. Okay, when they have the ownership of the learning, they will learn more and more, because they think that, oh, I'm the one who suggests that one. So, okay, the challenge is we don't get used to the reflections. Okay, with any kind of reasons, and then we stop doing it somehow, and then we forgot that the reflection is the starting point. Okay, the reflection is is your me time as teachers. Okay, everybody always say, I want to have me time. Reflection is your me time. Okay, start with only one question, 1 minute. How did I feel after teaching? Did you feel satisfied with your teaching? Did you feel so-so? Did you feel numb after teaching? And that's going to be the trigger point to move forward. Okay, so Upi, how to do that one? When I visit schools, do the consultations, I always ask them to do the reflections. Okay, yeah. Stop doing your things. Okay, now take a deep breath. Okay, focus. What do you think about your teaching? And then bang, it's like, oh, okay. All right, Upi, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for a very, interesting explanation to answer Bu Upi's question. Bu Upi, I think it answered your question, right, Pak Pugu?
Definitely, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Pugu and Bu Upi, for the question. And I'm so sorry, dear participants and the presenters, Pak Pugu especially, that we should end our session. The last session, the third session for today's workshop. I'm very glad to join this and to host this workshop for English teachers, because I gained so many things, wonderful informations that are needed by me especially, and of course all the teachers who are joining our workshop today. So allow me to conclude, Pak Pugu, material today in relation to the other two presenters, the other two wonderful presenters today, that as a teacher, we should have the belief, we have to set the belief that we need to always improve our English. And then after we set the goal, we have to make sure or use all the asset that we have. We use all the wealth around us to improve our English. And then after that, it's not stop until it doesn't stop right there. But then we have to set a SMART goal. I highlight this one on my notes, the SMART goals, because the goals should be like specific, measurable, attainable, and dealing by the time. And then the most important thing, the last one, is that after we execute the goal, we also must do the reflections. All the assets has been, all the asset or the wealth that we can use to improve our teaching or our English for the better teaching have been discussed by Bu Yvonne in this morning and Bu Tina. So we are very grateful to have the three wonderful illuminating presenters today. So once again, let's give our big applause to the three presenters. Thank you so much, Bu Yvonne, Bu Tina, and Pak Christian, on behalf of the committee, we would like to, we have a token of appreciation to the 3 presenters. Please allow me to, yes, this one is for Ibu Francisca Maria Ivon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Yusnita.
And the second one is for Ibu Tina Riantin. Thank you very much for a very
thank you.
Presentation material. And then the last one, last but not least, is for Bapak Christian Puguh. I think all the presenters now have a new nickname for Pak Christian Puguh. Bapak Towing. I think Bapak Towingse is the new nickname for Pak Aan. Thank you very much for all the presenters. We hope the English department hope that this workshop can have can provide more horizon for us to be better English teacher by doing what have been shared by our 3 wonderful presenters starting from this morning. Once again, on behalf of the committee, I would like to ask for, I would like to give high appreciation first. I'm so sorry, high appreciation to the presenters, high appreciation as well to the participants who are very lovely to join this workshop until this time. You are still, I can see that some of you, almost all of you are still excited in joining the workshop until the end. Once again, we also would like to ask for apology for all the inconveniences that are happening in this workshop. Thank you once again, and see you in the other event held by the English Department of Universitas Negeri Semarang. Oh yeah, one last announcement, sorry. The link for the attendance and the presenters material are provided in the chat box. So please click the link to get, okay, now it is displayed on the screen. Please click the link to get the certificate and the materials. Thank you once again. And I think that's all for today. Let's set the goals, set the belief and do anything that we can do using the wealth around us to make ourselves better English teacher. Thank you very much and see you next event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Bu Ivon.
Thank you so much.
Bu Tina, thank
you, Bu Ivon.
Bu Tina.
Kapan
ketemu
lagi
ya.
Thank you, Bu Ivon, Bu Tina,
Thank you.
Bang Aan.
Thank you, Bobi.
Iya, thank you.
See you, Bu Yus.
Halo, Bu. Halo, thank you, Bu Mega.
Welcome.
Udah izin live ya, Bu.
Yes, the participants may leave this Zoom meeting. I think the committee will also end this Zoom session. Thank you so much once again for joining our workshop and meet you in other events held by the English Department of UNES. Thank you.